Hello, David.
Yes, no, I think we should start it.
I think the way we, sorry.
No, it's just one. I request to put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. I have done mine. After dwelling session in the morning, because grateful to Ranjit here has come only last night, after once again many preoccupations and business. This is the second session. The plan of this session initially was Ranjit will speak for an hour on the trajectories Indian poetry has taken over last few decades or so. In the course, he will contextualize his own poetry, right? How he constructs, this is the word of today, his own poems. And then we'll also talk about the need of literature in present times. How can literature combat with the pressing needs of the day when we are becoming more skeptical about the role literature can play in society, as if those who have taken to humanities, study of humanities or literature, are losing out in every sense, right? From unemployment to loss of faith, right? As if a dismal scene has been sketched in all its darkest colors. And then he will speak about all these aspects for 1 hour, and the other hour is a 2-hour-long program. The other hour will be open to question and answer. We have slightly modified this. Maybe Ranjit will speak for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, and then I will get into some sort of conversation with him for another 15 or 20 minutes. Then I will throw this up for the audience to take over and ask him the questions to him. Is that welcome? Thank you for coming, everyone. Those who have registered, those who have not registered, all right? Everybody is welcome, right? Thank you. Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Arjun, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. I had to redesign what I had to say, largely because I was fed an impossibly amazing feast by the Ramakrishna Mission, which was about 14 courses, I think. After which, it's one has to orient oneself very firmly to the post-prandial session. So that's what we're going to do. But I thought one of the things that I could do is to think about some common challenges that we all have as people committed to the liberal arts, to the humanities, to a life of the mind. And whether we are students or faculty or independent soldiers of fortune like me out there in the public sphere, I think we're all concerned with how to continue with this commitment or dedication to the imagination, to the humanities, to the arts, at a time when everything seems, the odds are stacked against us in some ways. And I think we all, no matter what we're doing in this sphere, I think we feel this very, very compellingly. So I thought I might say a few things about this to begin with, and then go on to, if you will, a memoir of practice. What it meant to be, to, in some sense, discover myself as a practicing poet in the late 1980s and early 1990s. And what did that mean in terms of having Anglophone poetry in India as an immediate context, but not the only context? So this might have some implications for people who are concerned with whether you're chosen by a language, or whether you choose a language, or whether you can work in one language but be richly informed by other languages. So these are two of the spheres of experience that I want to talk about. So I'll begin with this this experience that I had teaching a semester of creative writing at Ashoka University a couple of years ago. And it struck me that even as we were concerning ourselves with poetry, with the craft of writing, with thinking about prosody, with thinking about genre, and all of these questions, the university around us itself was changing its orientation from a liberal arts anchorage to being then preoccupied with STEM, with the sciences, technology, with medicine, and so on and so forth. And absolutely nothing wrong with any of that. But I've been perplexed by why this should be an either or. Why is it always construed as a binary? Why are we always thinking about the humanities versus the sciences? And this seems to be how our institutions and our university system, and just the way people generally think about these things, it's structured along these binary lines. And that has always perplexed me, because when I think back to a moment like something that we rather broadly call romanticism, obviously it's shorthand that we use when we're talking about the subject, we realize that, for instance, whether it was Wordsworth or Shelley or Byron or Keats, they all had emotional and professional and other investments across the arts and the sciences. They were interested in advances in science that were happening at that time. They also had very political commitments. Most of them were, any one of these poets that you think of either had a radical phase or continued to be radical through their lives. So it's perplexing to me why this is no longer the case. Why do we now have to choose between wonderment and inquiry? And I think it's possible for us as people in the arts to continue to have that sense of wonderment and inquiry at the same time. I think it's also possible for the sciences to do that. So a question to be posed would be, can we find common ground between everything that happens in the life of the imagination here, and can we create a language in which to think about how scientists are doing these things? So increasingly this has become important for me, because in my recent poetry I've been circling more and more towards questions of the climate crisis. And this is something that concerns all of us. Our lives are shaped, they're distorted, they're threatened by far larger forces and far bigger seismic shifts in the environment, in our ecosystems, but also on a global planetary scale. And a lot of that writing, a lot of the studies that are done there now emerge from geology, from genetics, from meteorological sciences. So in a curious way, I find that as a poet, I now am reading a lot of this technical literature. And whilst nonetheless continuing to craft poems through it. So the forms of research that are now important to me, alongside all the other textual, etymological, and other things that I do within my own discipline, there's also been necessarily an engagement with the work of scientists and activists working in these areas. So this is something I wonder if we could discuss as we go along. How do we go back to a space where we think about these topics and themes which are crucial to us and reclaim them in some ways. Yeah? So that's one set of thoughts that I want. I'll circle around when I read some poems. I just wanted to put this out there so that we can then try and think about these things in a non-binaristic way. That's the first movement of what I'll present. The second one is what you'd asked me to do, which is to think about the trajectory of Anglophone poetry in India. And for a long time, it seemed that we were thinking in terms of English people, Indians who write in English as a kind of an embattled minority in a citadel somehow. But over the years, I've come to regard this whole situation quite differently, and I'll say a few things about this. I think it was just, I would have to say it was a blessing to have grown up with many of these poets whose work we study, to have had them around me as mentors or people I could turn to or people who became friends really over the longest term. So having had that kind of personal connection with Mr. Ezekiel, Deep Patel, Arvind Malhotra, K.P. Dharawal, A.K. Ramanujan, Ulysses D'Souza, all of these people, when I read their poems, I think also about their lives, about the conflicts in those lives, and the dilemmas that they face. So I think I might say a few things about some of these poets, and we could think together about why some of those themes and questions remain important to us. Is that okay? Sure. As I'm speaking, I realize that just as you have a gharana in music, this is, in some sense for me as a practitioner, this is a gharana that I look back on. These are exemplars and practitioners and pundits and ustads and vidushis whose work I build on or refer back to. And it's, in a sense, it's very, very comforting to see oneself as part of that larger tradition and to also think about what one owes that tradition. I think homage is always critical. It's one thinks normally of homage as an uncritical act of praise, but I think a far more useful and moving form of homage is critical homage, to turn back, to look retrospectively and situate some of these writers in their context and to see what they achieved and where perhaps they might, for whatever reason, have fallen short. So I'm going to begin by talking about three poets of that early generation who've had lasting influence, whose works are still read today. I'm sure many of you either grew up reading them or are now wrestling with their writings in your current circle. So think of Mr. Ezekiel, Dom Moraes, and A.K. Ramanujan. And all of these people were born in the 1920s and 1930s. So Dom was born at some point in the mid-30s, the other two in the 20s. So their pivotal moment was Indian independence, in a sense. I think for Nissim, for Ramanujan, and in a slightly different way for Dom, India's achievement of independence created both a certain amplitude of freedom, they were no longer colonial subjects, but it also produced the dilemma of where they really belonged. And that question of belonging, of habitation, of locations continues through their work. And they all found three different solutions, three different sets of solutions. This is a breathtaking moment. We must continue regardless. Also, it strikes me that when we read their poems, I said this in the morning as well, that's an isolated text on a page. We have certain technical ways of dealing with it. We look at it from the lens of what it's doing textually, what are the literary devices, the tropes, the prosody, and so on and so forth. But if one amplified this, if one saw these poems in their context, or had more biographical information, then how would one view those poems? And are those poems doing things for us as individual artifacts? This might have been the new criticism position. but is there a way in which they then become entry paths into another kind of set of lives and concerns? That's another way of thinking about poetry. These are not antithetical. From my point of view now, and I think as a critic, I am happy to have an expanded sense of how to look at a poem. Happy to see it in itself as a text machine, if you will, and then to analyze it that way, but also to see it in this other sense of a cultural artifact that comes from a much larger and complicated set of social and cultural factors. So to look at these three figures in each case. Now, Nis and Ezekiel belong to a micro-minority, the Bene Israel. They still are, very few of them left, but they're a Jewish community, settled for 2 millennia on the west coast of India. And they had essentially assimilated into Indian society as a kind of caste by the 19th century, when there was a great movement of, I'm not quite sure what to call it, but the Baghdadi Jews came in, there were European Jews in the country, and there was this great project of looking for the lost tribe. So the Bene Israel qualified for some kind of lost tribe status. So they were re-Judaized, if you will. It's not that they completely lost their religious identity, but like many other communities during the 19th century, I think they had a great sense of renewal of their identity. And very quickly then went into the military, went into academia, and so on. And that was Nis and Ezekiel's background, in a sense. So, come 1947, he's asking himself, where exactly do I belong? 1948, Israel is founded, very much in the news now, we're looking at the foundational movement. You find that someone like Ezekiel had multiple options of cultural belonging. Should he dedicate himself to India, where his people had been for 2,000 years? Was it really meaningful for him as a Jew to go to this newly created state of Israel, which essentially had a European backstory? Or did he need to situate himself somewhere in the UK or the US, because he wrote in English? What did it mean to be an Indian writing in English at that point? I think these were key questions for Ezekiel. And they go on right to the end of his career. I'm amazed that very late in his career, for instance, he was, I don't know if you've come across these poems, they're called very Indian English poems. I don't know if any of you have read them.
Yeah, they're in the syllabus.
It's in the syllabus, yeah. And when I first met Nis when I was about 16 or 17, and I remember being very upset by those poems, because I thought, these are poems that make fun of a certain Indian way of speaking English. They seem to be in broken English, pidgin. Later it occurred to me that, if you read those poems more sympathetically, they're all about an intimate sadness of ordinary life. And that's another way of thinking about those poems. They're also about exploring whether some kind of patois is possible. And I think they were, to that extent, those poems were an attempt to seek solutions to this language crisis. Can English be broken and remade and absorbed in a post-colonial context? Can it speak for those who are not naturally Anglophone? I think there were a number of these language experiments that were going on in Ezekiel's poetry, which I, as a young person, didn't give him enough credit for. But looking back, I think the very Indian English poems were deeper than it. I don't think they were really funny. They unfortunately elicited laughter. I remember thinking about the reception history. There's a kind of a reception history for those poems. Typically, at least the way I heard them, it was often in the context of the kind of college I went to, which was South Bombay College, which essentially everyone thought they'd suddenly arrived from the UK. But it was that kind of ethos. And it was the response when Ezekiel read those poems ranged from a kind of a supercilious laughter, by those who could afford to have supercilious laughter, to much more uneasy laughter on the part of those who probably recognize that this is how they might speak, So I was always rattled by these poems because they were a weird kind of social experiment. And I think there's something to be said for that. I think that those poems will continue to engage our attention because of these questions. If we can get past the idea that they were contemptuous of their subjects. I used to think that, but I don't think that's true anymore. So there was that whole aspect of the language question that Ezekiel dealt with. There's something else that Ezekiel did, which is that he committed himself to a very particular kind of adversarial politics. He aligned himself with a foundation called Freedom First, which was part of this larger set of institutions and platforms that were critical of Nehru's policies of centralization, heavy infrastructure, controlled economy, and so on and so forth. These were the free market people. Among whom are people I think were completely forgotten today. Does anyone remember C. Rajagopalachari?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay, so somebody like Rajaji, for instance, was one of the mentors of Freedom First. And Ezekiel was also, as we said in the morning, greatly drawn to the thought of M.N. Roy, who went from being a very globally prominent communist to completely rejecting communism and developing another way forward called radical humanism. And I sometimes used to ask Ezekiel why he chose this prized path. And his answer was that it was not about an idea, it was about an itinerary. I mean, he didn't use this word, it's a Slovakian term that I use, itinerary. But the way Ezekiel put it, he came to M.N. Roy because M.N. Roy had gone through this whole journey of being inside global communism, having at first hand seen what Stalinism can do, the havoc it can wreak, and then to come out of it, and then to see how one might anchor oneself in a humanism that was responsive to the immediate environment in a certain way. So, as part of that set of commitments, Ezekiel published a great deal, which is usually totally unknown to English departments, I have to say. It's also unknown because it's all out of print. But he put together a reader of Rajagopalachari's writings, he put together a reader of M.N. Roy's writings. And it seems to me that we need to also think about how poets can act in the role of political activists, what they can achieve as editors, what they can achieve as contributors to a political discourse, and to see how our own sense of their work is expanded by all of this. Yeah? So my general model here is to see poets in terms of an expanded practice, in which their poetry is an important and crucial part, but there are other things that they also do. Right. So that's Ezekiel. I could also talk about Ramanujan in this case for us, but then, or I'm ready to. Shall we talk now? Shall we go into a conversation more?
You can also talk about your contemporaries right now. Right?
My contemporaries right now. I could do that too, but I'm too close to them right now. There's a certain ease of retrospection when I talk about these foundational figures. About my immediate contemporaries, I think maybe it's for another generation to talk about our work.
But already you are widely anthologized. Poems of, post-Kanda Das period. No, sorry, I'm audible. Post-Kanda Das period, is it? Aga Shahid Ali, for example.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, then again the poet from Odia, Bihu Bari.
Yeah.
Then again, the one Jeet Thail anthologized.
That's true. Yeah.
More and more newer poets, Kandaswamy, Meera Kandaswamy.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yes, I was told by many that it is difficult now to practice poetry. Or else, if you come from a leisure class, right, you have absolutely no second thought about your finances. So only then perhaps you can practice poetry or have the leisure to read poetry. But then again, I countered with this notion that poets are increasingly becoming restless and resisting.
Yes.
They are resisting. And they're in whichever way it is possible. If you say that there is this corporate attachment or attraction, well, it might be that they're wrestling with that as well. That there is this corporate pressure to perform in a certain manner, in a certain fashion. At the same time, I am, suffocating, and I am trying to find out means to get out of it. So this is resistance. What else?
Completely, yeah.
So there is also
this leisure class ideology. I don't think, frankly, I think the leisure class was always a bit of a fiction, except for one decadent phase when there was a burst of leisure and then that class more or less collapsed. But if I think of any of these people, even the earlier, older seminal figures that I talked about, or any of my contemporaries, I'm just struck by how plural their practice is. That they're, think of A.K. Ramanujan. I mean, he was a cultural anthropologist and very productive in terms of his academic papers that he published. He also was a collector of folklore. I mean, he's an incredible engine of collection of. Not only did he collect folk tales, but he also studied them, and he, in a sense, legitimized very much the presence of the folk level of culture and how it informs so-called high culture and other cultural circulations. And he wrote in multiple languages. He had a whole career as a Kannada writer, and he had his Anglophone writing too. So if I think of D.Litt Chitre, again, it was a montage of activity. Earlier on we were talking about what kind of livelihoods do poets have. But I think of Chitre, he worked in advertising, he was an editor, he taught, he did all and he was part of a cultural institution like Bharat. So he was also involved with government in terms of cultural programming. In addition to which he too wrote in two languages, in English and in Marathi. He was an anthologist. So I can't think of anyone, I'm just thinking of this limited sphere of Anglophone poets in India. If I think of others, poets active in other languages, you would see much the same profile.
All right, so do you have any question at this point? Anyone? Any question at this point? The question that I raised in the morning session, to which I will come back again. Ranjit, you said that a lot of research nowadays that goes into your poetry. Does that determine now your poetic vocabulary?
Okay. Not so much the vocabulary itself, so much as the conditions of where those poems come from. For instance, if I'm thinking about what's happening to the ice caps, then I would read a great deal of scientific reportage and scientific studies, and some of that vocabulary might filter through. But for me, it's more a certain accuracy in conveying the experiences and the phenomena, not necessarily the vocabulary itself. I could read a few poems that come out of that.
You read your poems right now, or you?
A little bit after we can have more of a conversation, and I'll conclude.
Now, having come out of that particular trajectory of those great old school poets, Ramanujan, or now we have new crop of poets who are also writing about caste.
Yes.
Yes. So, is there any take on that?
Of course. This is in parallel, I think, with other forms of political articulation that we've seen, from what you might want to call the Nehruvian generation to the present. It seems to me, but I think when I read, for instance, Meena Kandaswamy's writing, or Jacinta Calcutta's writing, it's very clear that the stakes for some poets now are not only about belonging to a nation state and citizenship, but they also have to do with speaking for and from a marginalized location or a vulnerable location. So what can it mean to be an Anglophone poet but coming out of a Dalit location? What can it mean to either write in English or be translated routinely into English while coming from an Adivasi background? And this has multiple effects. For one, it shakes up, I think in a very productive way, it shakes up the Anglophone world because it brings in areas of experience, social milieu, political experiences that usually tend to be outside of, for what it's worth, and this is going to sound rather sociological, but the majority of Anglophone poets in India are either Savarna or they belong to elite minority groups. So, or elite groups within minorities. And this sounds like a brutal objective assessment, but I think this is how it is. And hence, voices that don't belong easily in that milieu are actually to be cherished, because then they add a serious level of diversity to this field, and they bring in dilemmas and crises and challenges that you otherwise might not have focused on. Equally true of people. There's more of a tradition of that. Hoshal Merchant is born witness to that. There's more of a tradition of LGBTQI presence in Anglophone poetry. But it's all of these positions, I think, that enrich and enlarge the framework.
Can poetry in India can ever be a popular project at all? I mean, you see the dearth of poetry magazines. How do one get to know about a new poet with a new voice? Where is the starting point? I mean,
actually, your first sentence alarmed me a little, Arjun, because I thought, my God, people have for centuries sung Suras or Tulsi or Kamban or Vidyapti or whatever it might be. So poetry has never been far from popular sensibility in some sense. When you think about English, now that occupies a very particular political and cultural scenario in this country. But even there, I now find that there was a time when there was a kind of, I used to joke about it, I used to call it an apostolic succession in Anglophone poetry. There was this generation, some people who knew them would then be the apostles, then other people who knew those apostles would be the natural successors, and so on. I think, no complaints, I think I was part of that system. But today, no one needs an apostolic succession. There's, people are emerging from unexpected places. They're making unexpected connections. They are inspired in ways that you couldn't have predicted by things they read online, connections they make. There are online journals, there are zines, there are, it's in some senses it's a wider and more diverse scenario. It may be a little more shallow. I think there's that danger. But far more voices than before are being represented.
Actually, for the last 4 months, this city has seen a mass protest at a popular level. And the protesters, although they came from science fraternity, a large number, but they're culling, ideas from poets. So Bengal, in their slogans and also in their pamphlets, they had lines from Tagore, they were singing songs from, they were all spontaneous outbursts. That's true. That's true. In fact, that suddenly made one in our classroom feel slightly privileged that yes, after all, poetry is not dead. Poetry is so much alive in the heart of the people. Otherwise, they are fueling the language of protest. The language of protest was borrowed from the poetic language.
Sure.
In the last 4 months, all of us have witnessed this event in the streets. But then again, most of the established poets in our language, they were so much silent, The silence of the poets in the face of political, what you call, anarchy, you may say this loot, which is anarchy, different levels, center of the state. Now, that is a pain for us.
Yeah.
So, when on the one hand you say that there are new voices, they're coming out into the open in an unexpected manner, there are these internet platforms, etc. Whereas the elders, the cultural leadership, we would have taken that. We would usually appropriate that at other times. They are silent.
Yeah, that is a question of conscience that I think every artist, every writer, they have to ask themselves.
Then again,
Was it Yeats who wrote, I was not a radical in my youth, so I'm not a reactionary in my old age. I don't know if it's Yeats, but there's something inside. It's always stayed with me. That quite often what we've seen also is that people who take up an extreme, say, radical left-wing stance as young people seem to just swing the other way to an extreme right-wing stance later.
But actually, this again pushes the idea to that question. You see that ultimately we are more pseudo poets rather than poets.
That's one part of the problem. I think the other part of the problem is that, which is what I was talking about in connection with Darawala's poetry in the morning. I think, to be a poet or to be an artist or be any kind of creative practitioner, you are already in a position where you're questioning the consensus, or you are in a place of resistance to ideas that are being imposed on you. And the question then becomes, how do you hold on to that place of resistance and questioning? Sometimes I think as poets or as artists gain authority or celebrity, they also become part of an establishment that wants to safeguard its privileges or just wants to play safe. That is a question of conscience that each poet or artist has to ask themselves.
Okay, now, you see, today appears as media plays such a vital role in making or unmaking a poet. Does it or no? No. So which voice is a marginal voice and which voice is the voice at the center? Media doesn't have any role in that.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Often students say that that person is really the marginal person, the subaltern, who is not represented, not covered by the media at all. Then the philosophical question is, how do you know who or where is that subaltern?
Another way to approach that is to think about the media. I mean, many of us, I think, were either brought up with or trained with this basically Adorno idea of mass culture and its institutions. And that way of thinking about the media remained the case for a very long time, right? But today, the media themselves, I think we've forgotten media was a plural. We tend to use media as a singular, right? Media does this, but media is actually a plural. And it's far more plural than ever today. It's so fragmented. The minute you said media, I was watching myself think. When you said media, the first thought in my head was Instagram. It wasn't TV, it wasn't the internet, it was just a very specific thing. So, you catch yourself out like that. So when you say prominence on the media, I'm thinking what part of the media and what part of the large public sphere. I think the big problem is we don't have that old classical public sphere anymore. Yeah. So even when some people are described as public intellectuals, you will say, now what is a public intellectual today when the public sphere is so fragmented? Is it someone like Pratap Mehta whose op-ed might appear in the Indian Express? Is it some shrieking fanatic who appears on television? Or is it someone who's making statements of one kind or another on Instagram? I no longer know. It's about the nature of influence and its circulations in this fragmented public sphere.
Ranjit, from whatever you were saying, these are words of encouragement and hope. And definitely, it's clear from what you are saying that you are inclined to give the figure of the poet a certain autonomy and agency. That at the level of conscience or at the level of raising an honest voice. But tell me, Ranjit, isn't it equally true to some extent in today's age of digital print culture or whatever, digital culture, that a poet is a product of poetry review, book review, and the publisher? And they make someone a poet.
Yes and no. I think it's a very diplomatic answer. But To some extent, this may be true in terms of who would, publishers might put their weight behind somebody. But if it's honestly, even poets who think they are established and have arrived find that they have to do most of the hard work themselves. I don't think there's any way around that. It may be business of authors who enjoy a great deal of support from publishers. This might be more true of fiction or of non-fiction. It's a very materialist argument. It depends on the advances that people get.
Because I personally, puzzled at times when I read about who is the popular author today. And then someone tells me that one who is really a star, mega star, a writer of novels and so, actually publishers pump in so much money that he has a research team. So who is researching about, the old Delhi Mughal period, the archives. William Dalrymple made fun of Indian historians, saying that they are so lazy. They won't turn a page of these archives which I have done. So why are they now jealous of my work and success? Okay, Amitabh Ghosh writes so much about subjects spanning this entire South Asia. There's a big theme, mega theme projects, and the publishers they have a deal with him for trilogies. 1, 2, 3. So, and the writer is caught up among those conditions. Moving from one library to another, there is a team working for him. Don't you think that the image of the poet, with which we usually grow up, that a poet is always someone who is paring his fingernails, like James Joyce, on the side rings, looking at society from a distance? There is no one there. The poet is also caught up in the whirl of all such stuff.
That was true. I'll respond to the two authors you just mentioned, but the poet was never away from society, could afford to be. I mean, if I think of the two poets I've been preoccupied with in the last many years, Mirza Ghalib and Mir were both completely caught up with the politics of the late Mughal Empire, and they had to be because their patronage depended on it. They were all, in this recent book on Mir, I've talked about how his entire life is mapped out in terms of 5 patrons who supported him. And the portraits of those patrons are really incredible. They were all extremely powerful men, but they ranged from a near psychopathic, murderous kingmaker who became vizier of the Mughal Empire at the age of 17. He was a kid, he was probably younger than most people here, when he had this enormous power, to somebody who was much, much kinder, a Jat noble who saw Mir through some very difficult periods. But the fact is that Mir couldn't just be a poet doing his poetry quietly. He then also wrote things for his patrons, like a laureate. There were other things. And Ghalib narrowly escaped execution after 1858. He was Bahadur Shah Zafar's tutor and was definitely caught up with the politics of 1857. He saved himself by then writing a pro-British paean of praise. But there's a way. You could write a biography of Ghalib that it's as a political portrait altogether. So that would be one way of thinking about the poet's place in society. I don't think the poet is ever cut away. Frankly, maybe not only in a certain highly specific North American academic milieu could you get away with being cut away from society, and even then it's not easy. About both Amitabh Ghosh and William Dalrymple, I would think of their practice in a totally different way. It's in the first place, these are monumental projects. What Dalrymple's been working on. This new book is part of a long series of books where he's a diligent historian and researcher. So even if he has a team, the driving ideas come from him, and he's a great communicator. With Ghosh, I admire Dalrymple's work. I admire Ghosh's work because, he was trained as an anthropologist. and he's an amazing writer of fiction. But he's taken on this responsibility of being a public intellectual, of thinking about climate crisis, what that does to lives, livelihoods, landscapes, and to think in a larger, think not only as an Indian, but to think in planetary terms. So, whether it's Smoke and Ashes or The Nutmeg Curse, these recent books about us, it's, he really shows how historically our lives have been connected with China, with Southeast Asia. It makes for a great expansiveness. With both of these authors, I think they invite us to think about a different way of, an older way of being Indian. Today, I think we've trapped ourselves in a relatively narrow identity imposed by nation-state politics. But both of these writers show how, historically, over the millennia, we couldn't be who we are without these larger connections. Transcontinentally.
A lot of interdisciplinarity is also there.
Yes, very much so.
In the approach to writing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, you cannot just be imaginative and write your stuff. You have to do your own bit of research. You have to bring in anthropology, science, history, sociology, and a whole lot of other branches into your study. And in fact, I was also wondering, you were talking about, you were now reading scientific stuff for writing poems. That's very interesting because, I mean, when you were writing about climate change, when you were writing about environmental disasters, catastrophes, we cannot write only literary stuff. We have to bring in science here. We have to talk about science.
Absolutely. And, I mean, the ways of thinking about this come from science, because that's where, these are the people who are closest to the climate crisis.
Absolutely.
I mean, they know exactly what's happening, the presence of plastic in the ocean, and what you took to be natural. I think it's a pivotal awareness that our interference in our environment is now permanent. We leave a mark on what used to be natural. So there is nothing like nature anymore. No.
And also there is hardly any conference on environmental humanities or something like that when you don't come across Narendrapur.
Oh, yeah.
And he has made that name. He has been that product, as he was saying about product or whatever it is.
And both of these authors also form a bridge.
Yes.
They're also, it's not a word that's much liked, but in the 19th century, the popularizer was a really crucial figure. You form a bridge between expert culture and the general audience, and that's a crucial role to play in any culture.
I think the book review, those journals, with journals, book reviews which came up in the 90s that played a role. But tell me, Ranjit, I will persist in this question that suppose there is a poet, he loves only writing poetry as one who falls in love without knowing anything about these global discourses.
Right.
Right? A foolish poet, therefore, a naive poet. So does it have any chance of survival at all? It seems not.
Arjo, you ask very difficult questions.
Actually, a celebrated poet is sitting in front of me and I'm trying to tease him out of his uncomfortable zones. Because everywhere, he speaks about, but everybody is habituated to listen. We listen to same thing, but again.
There's a trope that comes up again and again in Khalid's poetry, he says, Dile Nada, the foolish heart. But always once he's invoked that trope, the rest of the poem is super sophisticated. So in a way, it's meant to disarm you. It says, foolish heart, what do you want to do, what do you think, and then moves on.
Ezekiel keeps talking about himself as an active fool.
As the active fool.
In the city of Bombay.
Yeah. So, I don't know, I think there's another way of thinking about the fool. Are we in the Shakespearean gallery? No, we're not. The fool is is actually a transformative figure. So I honestly don't think that anybody can really be naive in a certain way, in that way, and hope to produce poetry that means more to other people. There's a certain naivety which doesn't go anywhere. But you can adopt the role of the fool to great effect. So whether you're the fool in Shakespeare or the Vidusha in Sanskrit drama, you have certain liberties. You can speak truth to power. That's very important. Or you're the Kalendar, you're Don Quixote, you're inspired madman. So
and yet embrace poverty. Yes.
And
yet embrace poverty as a consequence, but then we'll come to that stance.
With a wealth of imaginative experience.
Rightness is all.
Very quiet, emotional sensibility.
Yeah.
Let us come back to what exactly Indian poetry is right now doing in English. What is it now?
Actually, I'm always baffled whenever there's a new anthology. For one, the sweep of the Anglophone Indian anthology has increased to take in the diaspora. So sometimes I have mixed feelings about that, quite frankly.
Any important anthology you would recommend us to read in the last, say, 10, 20 years? Or a couple of?
There would be 3. Okay, brief word on the whole anthology process, maybe.
20 years ago, when you came, the topic was the politics of anthologizing.
I remember that well. And there was a stern young man who stood up and said, "Why should I read your poems?" At which point I said, "I'm sure you have better things to do." But about the anthology, for the longest time in this domain of Anglophone poetry, the anthology came from a very avant-garde position of canon formation. If you look at Pakistanis, 10 modern Indian poets, they were all Oxford University poets, as it happens. Then there was Mehrotra's 12 modern. So there you can see very clearly a combination of sort of elite university press presence, although they really not function very much as a university press here. But the ambition was to say these are the voices that matter, and concerns that they have are the important ones, and other people are not, they are obviously not very important. This has changed. Now, whether it's Jeet Kayal's anthology or Shubhip Sen's several anthologies that he's done, or some anthologies that Arundhati Subramanian did one for the Science Academy, which is unjustly eclipsed, but that is one too. These were completely different in intent. They were more expansive and representative anthologies. So it seems to me that the
Sudha has this anthology of
that's the grand one from the Vedas to the present. Yeah. These are the Anglophone anthologies. I mean, I'm intrigued by how it's gone from being this tightly held, rather elitist, canon-forming anthology to being the widely representative, expansive, and inclusive anthology. I think there are problems with both models, but I don't have a better solution because anthology making is always fraught with. I think a useful anthology would try and respond to and bear witness to the different locations from which, in this case, Anglophone poetry is emerging. But if an anthology then includes people who are people of Indian origin or ancestry working somewhere else and who have a role to play, say, on the British scene or the Australian scene, I don't know. Do they play any role in the drama of being Indian? I don't know. I'm just posing the question. Or are they to be seen like a Venn diagram on an intersection set with other histories? But just in terms of acquainting oneself with what's available, I think I would say both Jeet Kayal's recent anthology, in conjunction with Shubhip Sen's, it's called Converse.
And Jeet's is the 60 Indian poets, no?
No, there's one beyond that now, which is called, it's a doorstopper of a book. It's published by Penguin, of course. I think it's important to read both of these anthologies because they play to different strengths. They also have a slightly different set of people.
As a practicing poet, do you feel the need that you meet more and more young people and talk about poetry, encourage them writing poetry? Some sort of workshop, do you ever plan such things?
I do. I tend to, I do workshops or master classes. But increasingly I'm interested in this. It might not sound like that because I've been babbling so much by myself right now. But I tend to be interested in listening to what young people are doing and what concerns they have. It probably has something to do with age, but I no longer know what to take as common reading. Or if one makes a certain reference, I'm no longer sure that will be well understood. It seems to me to mark a radical shift from one generation to another. So I've been intrigued by this phenomenon for the last couple of years.
And which platforms do you choose to listen to this?
Universities, colleges, informal reading circles. There are two things. I think one is that there's a kind of outward curve of experience that is now opening up. But I'm not sure that I either need to be or can be a part of that new experience. It's a very strange moment for me as a poet and as a person. Should I consolidate what I have known and what shaped me and bear witness to that? Meaning, should I write my memoirs? Or should I participate in what is now unfolding? And I've been interested in looking at similar moments in the lives of other poets as well. What happened with Wordsworth?
This is definitely unique. But the second aspect that you say, different points of conjunction in the lives of other poets.
Yeah.
But when you are writing about climate change at this juncture, that is again participating in the current discourses.
Yeah.
So in a way, if you permit me, and I have been outrageous enough already, that like a chameleon figure, right? You are playing both the roles, both the subversive and as well as the popular role. On the one hand, maybe your poetry is selling in a way at two levels, so both that unique level when you are dealing with meet the community, and at the other level when you are dealing with climate change, these subjects. There is something elusive about you as a poet, and which is either or, neither nor. I mean, yes, somewhere even beyond all these things. Yes, and you are exploring.
Take your correspondence course. You are cruel. But very productively, sir. No. Go on.
Yes.
No, I have a response to that. But tell me.
Today, if I write a research paper on the lead, on the caste of the lead, or on what you call ecology or whatever called ecofeminism, so you would say I'm an opportunist because these are now the topics of the intellectual market. You say that way. And one paper is a kind of simulacra of the other. You're speaking the same thing again and again and again and again. Drowned in the sea of those jargons. On the other hand, Francis Bacon had this advice for the 17th century princes that since now you are going out, you see, 17th century means the beginning of globe-trotting in its infancy. Sea routes were being discovered also. And part of elite education was, traveling. So everybody who travels, going to Italy, France, elsewhere, to get education. I'm talking about the aristocratic people and also the aspiring class of the time. For all of them, the young people, Bacon had this advice that we have to cultivate, nurture consciously a double face. You have to wear a mask. One for the private life and the other for the public life. And I think Ranjit is doing that. When he is coming to Khalid or Mir Takimir, he is that lighthouse which is guiding him from inside. The spiritual lighthouse is operational. And when he is writing about climate change or other things, there is the pressure of the global publishing scenario.
No, the publishing scenario. Yes, actually no. I'll tell you why. That's a useful thing, the Bacon idea of the persona. But let's look at the etymology of persona. Like Bacon is writing in Latin, so he uses the word persona, mask, right? But if you look at the etymology, it comes from personare. The mask is not something that hides who you are, it is something through which you make, through which you speak.
I'm asking for the water bottle. They were there in the morning, now they vanished.
The jaw must come back. That is the need of the art. But to go back to the good old mask. So the mask in Bacon or anywhere else in that literature is
very senior mom. He is in charge of Shillong Center. Swami Hitakamani, our chief guest.
Should we pick up the story? Okay. Yeah, so etymology of persona. Because normally when we think of masks, it is understood that it's meant to hide who you truly are, right? But certainly in wherever it comes from, the Roman ancestral rituals or theatre, different kinds of theatre here, whether it's a chow, the mask is not, you're not trying to hide who you really are. You are, in fact, expanding the dimensions of yourself by doing that. It could be the mask of a god, it could be the mask of an ancestor, and you are speaking through that mask. Yeah, so persona is that through which you are speaking. So the mask is not about giving yourself a new voice and a new dimension. So from that point of view, I would say Bacon was absolutely right, but not in terms of hiding who you really are. Because asking who you really are is both a dangerous and a complex question, and there's no simple answer. You'll probably spend our lives trying to find that out. So at best, through the mask, you actually enhance your possibilities of subjectivity. In a state of play, I'm warming to this theme. So, from that point of view, to go back to where this question started with you, it's not like if I'm talking about Mir Taki Mir or I'm talking about climate change, it's not for two different reasons. I'm extending myself in different directions because all of them are for some reason or the other important to me. With the environment, it's not as if I woke up yesterday to climate change and why it might be a great subject. That's also not why Amitabh Ghosh, he also did not wake up to it. If you go back through Ghosh's writings, you'll find that that motif is strong as early as Calcutta chromosome, for instance. It has to do with epidemics, for instance. It has to do with his research in Egypt. There's that notion of environmental degradation is strong even in his early writing.
Also his interest in sociology. He was a student of anthropology, sociology in Delhi University.
So as an anthropologist, all that is strong.
Also in Hungry Time.
What's that?
Hungry Time.
Yes, of course.
There's so many fictions with philosophical consciousness.
But these are the more recent ones. But Mughals very early books you have to say. For me, questions of the environment also have a very strong biographical, personal root. Because although I was born in Bombay, I spent my formative childhood years in Goa in the 70s. It was absolutely silver. It was really silver. It was like here. And then to go through don't want to overuse that word trauma, there was a kind of trauma to see how that was degraded and destroyed by just rampant, unplanned urbanization. So that personal experience is where it comes from. Also, very early in the day, I got to know Ram Buba. One of the first books I reviewed was Ram's PhD thesis, when only he published it, The Unquiet Woods, which is about the environmental agitations in the Himalayas. So that again has been a long-term preoccupation with me. Thank you. So I don't think if you're looking at serious writers, it's not that they are necessarily responding to something that is of topical interest. It's usually you find that it's strongly situated in something they've traveled with for a long time.
Okay, to the audience, I should emphasize that just as there are different kinds of students, so there are different kinds of poets. Hierarchies and hierarchies of poets. Right, here is Ranjit, for whom integrity matters so much. You see, that is what I was trying to tease out in an intricate manner, so that he opens up about the logics and dynamics of his own poetry making. What brings him to the subjects that he is engaged with right now, right? How they are triggered, the influences which come from different times of his existence and being. Yes, we appreciate that, Ranjit. And that is why you are today where you are, so highly respected. Isn't it? Actually, we also have other kinds of, I keep coming back to this because it pains us so much. Being born a Bengali, in Bengal, which once had such a vibrant cultural, scenario, where some become silent because they have got a flat tax Solvec by the last government.
Well, not for me to comment, but you can. This is not only here. It's also happening.
Or because they have been made chairman of some societies or some institutions, like this academy or that academy.
You may want to switch that recording off.
Today, where you are talking about the moment at Gaza. Now, when we have such writers, not poets actually, like Arundhati Roy, or even these people, the Delhi University professor who lives his last.
Cyber.
Okay, yes, and then even Father Stan. I mean, people in Gauri Lankesh, poets need to become activists at some point in their life, to get their voices heard. So if you always take the comfort zone, the earlier woman year back, the idea of the poet as the kind of romantic poet must be a simplification and a reduction of those images, that the romantic poet has nothing to do with politics.
It's Byron, who everybody regards as the ultimate romantic hero. But if you look at his politics, it wasn't just.
And his dislike for Wordsworth for the same reason. Wordsworth follow up the French Revolution to his estranged wife, yes.
Yeah. But Byron then goes off to Greece, not as some romantic tourist, but from his point of view, he's participating in a war of resistance against the Ottomans.
Whereas, ironically, Byron is hardly taught in the classroom. We all Wordsworth Coleridge kids, but the most politically active poet, Byron, is not represented. So I think this politics of canon making, this as students of literature and teachers, we have to keep revisiting and re-questioning, isn't it?
Yeah, but also of the others who are represented, I don't know the degree to which it's understood that they were, that they had political views at all.
When that is not explored fully, right?
Yeah, I mean, Shelley was clearly an anarchist. That's very clear. He says as much. Also, he was an atheist, which cost him something. So these were not positions idly held. They were held and enunciated at a certain cost, which was really nice.
Only that we have to highlight these aspects. These are not, discussed every day, or rather, even when we come to them, we come to as if it is, we are telling a story, but it is not a story. It is something very important, and what we have to learn something from the poet. That if a poet has to play a subversive role, what does it entail?
And there's no single way of being subversive. As I was talking about Shelley's atheism, I realized also that, for instance, in the early Soviet era, there were artists who had a stake in a certain mystical understanding of the world, who were punished for the opposite reason, by an atheist regime that had no place for them. So I think we're not talking about identifying subversion or transgression with one particular way of doing things. It's about what is needed to establish an open and free space for diverse ways of thinking about it.
Right. So I think actually the word, this particular word plurality, is very important to your work, or to understanding your work.
Largely because I think if you look at our historical and cultural experience, it has been shaped by confluences and convergences of different kinds. There's energies, ideas, narratives, they've come to us from all sides. We have contributed equally, sending out our narratives and ideas and thoughts. They've taken different forms. So I find it compelling to think about confluences as a way of thinking about how culture works. When you think, what is a great river? The great river is made up of its tributaries. So.
Okay, I think you take another sip of your coffee, and then you can read some of your own
do exactly as instructed.
If you are unhappy with the questions I am putting, you may raise your hand and express your dissent. Not happy with my questions?
There are many dissenters.
No, you raise your hand just now.
As I was listening to you speak about
He is now an associate professor at the University of Berlin.
Yes.
A former.
as I was listening to you speak about the binary between the humanities and the sciences, it occurs to me that this binary is perpetrated more in academia than it is outside academia. Outside academia, there is always the convergence of you are a practicing poet, so you are in a sense outside academia, a creative artist. The kind of exchange that we have in your work between what traditionally relates to our conception of the humanities and, on the other hand, our conception of the sciences and other issues, like politics, for example. This is not so obvious in academia, where we have different departments. And much as we talk about interdisciplinarity today, we still have these departments, though the fact that there have been interdisciplinary conferences and exchange programs between departments, either within a single university or among different universities.
Who is paying? Who is funding? Who is funding? Who is paying the money for that? All interdisciplinary activities, conferences.
There's always less money coming into the humanities than into the sciences, that's true. But this binary that you talked about, it has a long history. It started in the 14th and 15th centuries, when there was an emphasis on the study of the liberal arts. But then fortunes swung in favor of the sciences. That's just an observation that I thought I'd make.
I'll respond to that a little later after your second point.
Yes. The second point is the point that Arjuna made about poets not responding to the recent protests. Yes, that's true in a way. Some did, mostly on social media, Facebook and Instagram, but most remained silent. At least most of the established poets chose not to write. But I also feel that a poet does not necessarily have to react immediately to what is happening. What a poet writes today may be read at a later stage and applied to circumstances that will take place later. or what earlier, older poets have written, such as Tagore, that may be applied to the present context. Because whatever any artist writes, even love poets and romantic poets that Rajala mentioned, always will have some political consequence. I think it was Bertolt Brecht who said this, that no art is without consequence. So there will always be some consequence of what one is writing, but it's not imperative that the poet should, or any artist for that matter, could be a painter or a filmmaker, should respond immediately to politics or whatever is happening. So I'd like to hear you say something of that.
Sure. On both sides, both points you made. On the first, I know that there's a whole industry of interdisciplinarity, but it doesn't seem to affect how the arts and the sciences go about their normal lives. At a conference, it doesn't. Sometimes I wonder if it has to do with a training that has become a temperament in each place. So to give you an example of this, again, harking back to the little time I spent at Ashoka University. There was much talk of breaking down the boundaries, but we realized there was a certain resistance from the natural sciences. And they had a very specific question. It was about research. And more or less, they said, not quite in these words, they said, the research for you in literature, creative writing and literature and so on is basically daydreaming. But we have to put in laboratory hours and tabulate empirical results and do this, that, and the other. And then you suddenly realize the first instinct was to say, well, there isn't just one kind of research, which is true. But, how do you then set up a dialogue when you have such different notions of what intellectual labor involves? Now, it's not daydreaming. Obviously, you have certain kinds of research that you do, but working through texts, through different kinds of sources, annotating long forgotten poems, all that is truly research. But how do you quantify it against people who are sitting up till 3 a.m. looking at fruit flies or whatever it is? So, you need dialogue at kind of a micro level. I think we may all be in large agreement on the interdisciplinary dialogue, but it comes down to this everydayness of the discipline, I think. And I think that's where the resistance also springs from. It sounds like a silly example, but when you actually face it, you realize that quite often scientists are probably thinking to themselves, we do a lot more verifiable work. But how do you have a dialogue where you can actually explain to each other across this boundary why it's equally taxing and demanding to think through etymologies, make a concordance, and so on?
Much of the research that went into the invention of things like the aeroplane and the telephone, they all began with daydreams.
Exactly, yeah. So there is, of course, that will be annihilate the transformatory moment. So, but I think it has to do with maybe looking for a language of discussing intellectual labor. Not only being in great agreement that we should find ways of collaborating, but to collaborate you need to know how each of you works. For me, I've found in admittedly limited ways it's been useful to talk once, for instance, to an astrophysicist, but to actually work your way through just the micro details of what that work entails and just develop a mutual respect. So I think that's one. And the second question had to do with the second observation.
Immediacy of responding to something.
Immediacy response, absolutely. I don't have the exact chronology, but for instance, I keep harking back to Tagore, not only to flatter all of you here, but because he genuinely is important to me as an inspiring figure. The crisis of the Swadeshi movement, the Swaraj movement, that was really 1905 to about 1909, more or less. And his disillusionment with where he saw the nationalist movement going. The results of it continue through his work through the decades. I mean, Hore Bhaire comes out much later. The lectures on nationalism are 1915, 1916. So there's a long release of this moment of disillusionment and then the critique that follows it, and then ways of thinking about how to be together with other people, but not in a format that's imposed from above or outside. What might be another way of thinking about collective being than the nation state with its Western machinery? So these are questions that form a slow release for him that continue right to the end, right till the late 30s. So I agree with you. That's one example that immediately comes to mind. But having said that, I think there might be some value to poets taking up a public position because people value them in a certain way. I don't think they should just have a view on everything. But if it's crucial enough where you see the poet as a voice of the culture.
You're talking about poets throwing their weight to land.
Yeah, I think that is as a gesture. I think that's important. Not that they should rush out and write a poem on the subject, which is probably a bad idea. That could come later.
Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for the amazing discussion on different dimensions of poetry. In the beginning, we are talking about missing Ezekiel and his opposition to the misuse of Indians, misuse of English by Indians. Especially, I was reminded of Goodbye Party for Miss Whose Party Is. And here we find that missing Ezekiel is ridiculing the misuse of English or Indianized English. So on the other hand, we have Braj Kachru, Salman Rushdie, who talk about the Indianization of English. So my question is, the authors or the poets who belong to the so-called center, is it necessary for them to deconstruct the discursive language, and for the authors who belong to the marginalized community, is it necessary for them to adhere to the discursive language? For instance, I have been reminded of a poet, I have forgotten his name. He said that I wanted to know black hole. He's a D.Litt poet. I wanted to know black hole and I was forced to clean mango. And there are so many instances to space, to different scientific terms. So how can you say, how do you define that for the poets who belong to the so-called centers, the language is different from the poets who belong to the marginalized class?
The center is a very elusive location. Not my favorite author, good old B.S. Naipaul, but there's a beautiful book he wrote, disturbing but beautiful, for finding the center. So I don't think the center is a particularly real thing. I think what you can think about is a fulcrum from which you speak. But about Ezekiel, what I was saying earlier on about those poems is that my own view of them has changed over time. When I first heard them, I was 16, 17, 18, and through my early 20s, I was very critical of those poems. And I thought, like you did, that he was making fun of people who can't speak so-called correct English. But later I began to see that he was being more sympathetic. He was more sympathetic than it was. I think it allowed him, for instance, to, speaking of persona, it allowed him to step out of his otherwise, I am a pentameter kind of formality, and to see, first of all, if some kind of pidgin or patois was possible in which to render an everydayness of English speech in India. This may be a doomed enterprise or not, but that's what he was trying. And also it allowed him to think about, what did I call it earlier, kind of the intimate sadness of everyday life. Those are not topics that necessarily came up in his more formal poetry. But through this, he was able to look at, also to stand alongside a class that didn't have articulation in English necessarily. You didn't hear of them in Anglophone writing. And he was able to do that. And the reason why I think it was not ridicule but sympathy is because at the time he began to write the first of the very Indian English poems, he was also writing about, as an art critic, remember he was also an art critic, Ezekiel, he was writing about the paintings of Bhupen Thakur. He was one of the first people to look at Bhupen Thakur's paintings with a sympathetic eye. Because, I don't know if you know Thakur's paintings, those early paintings of his were in extremely luridly bright colors. The subjects were everyday life in the Indian middle class. So, if you look at them, you realize that there were things in those paintings that no modern Indian painter had painted. It was just everydayness. It was people at work, but also somehow presented in a slightly wayward, eccentric way. So writing about Thakur, Ezekiel was talking about this class that had not up to that point been presented in the world of Indian painting. And that's the time he also is working on these poems. So I think if we adjust our frame to look at his larger social and cultural concerns, it's possible to see these poems as a more sympathetic project. I still think you can see them as both, but part of being in the humanities is the ability to hold possibly opposed ideas at the same time and see how they look together. What is the adjacency of opposed ideas?
Do you think that this could also be part of a larger agenda? Not just on the part of Ezekiel,
Yes.
but many others as well, to sort of legitimize this sort of usage of English?
Absolutely. Because later, and you were also alluding to that, it's what Rushdie calls chutnification, right? And in Midnight's Children and Shame is a forgotten novel. I don't know where people, I think it was his best novel in many ways. It's full of South Asian English. It's not just comic. It's also, it could be melancholic, it could be deeply affective. The people speaking the so-called funny English, it's not funny at all. There's a rhetorical reality to it. It speaks of genuine existential states. And later, I don't know the other way around. No, chutnification is Rushdie, and Agha Shahidari calls it biryanification. Yeah. So, as you say, different. And there's another great classic which has, I don't think it's been forgotten, but everyone reveres it and doesn't read it. All About H. Hatter by G.V. Desani from the late 40s. I mean, that was ahead of all these people in its use of very high-spirited but vivid and vibrant use of some kind of Indian English.
Any other question?
Sir, like in the last
Michael?
So in the last 2 or 3 decades in India, we have seen that there are many cultural, religious and political unrest. So to what extent should a contemporary Indian poetry talk about or challenge or reflect the societal norms and traditions, even if it risks offending certain cultural and sociological and religious sensibilities?
As we said in a number of these exchanges that we've had, it's almost a responsibility, if you will, it's the dharma of the poet, to be in an adversarial role. Not for the sake of being adversarial, but in the way of bearing witness on behalf of those who are vulnerable, or speaking truth to power, or to keep open a plurality of discussions. So I think these are fundamental commitments which not poets but also other creative artists should definitely hold in mind, even if that means risking whatever it is that comes your way if you speak truth to power. And we have examples of people who've done that before, it's not unknown. So I've been fascinated, for instance, by a figure like Rahul Sankhatya, who again maybe slightly forgotten, but he went through various phases. He was at various points a sannyasi, a communist, later he was a polymath. If you read his writings at various points, he's always in dialogue with public sphere, always taking up the key questions of the day. Also, he wasn't afraid to be wrong. So that's something that we haven't talked about. We've talked about how usually there's, you need to take up a certain position. But sometimes the position that you take up may be wrong and you might correct yourself afterwards. I think you see that in the career of Ramakrishna, and you see it to an extent in Iqbal, you see it strongly in Gandhi. Gandhi, again, I mean, on the race question, in a South African phase, it's very clear that he's not terribly concerned with the rights of native Africans. He's more preoccupied with being a spokesperson for the Indians there. So it was tragic that someone in Ghana pulled down a statue of Gandhi and they said, oh, this man was a racist. But you've taken a snapshot view of his life. Ever after, he corrects himself, he apologizes for that mistake of judgment and commits himself to an understanding of the cause of a larger humanity, which is exactly why Martin Luther King is then inspired by him. So I think the danger today, they use this word advisedly with the young audiences, that people are so busy being woke that a lot of that wokery rests on snapshot views of people's lives. You say, oh, Gandhi was a racist. Yes, but for God's sake, that was that period. He corrected himself. Not only did he just correct himself and say, sorry, and move on, but he committed himself in very practical ways to remedying his views. So I think in general we should also, an answer to your question, how do you take on the questions and urgencies of the day? Also by seeing things in a longer timeline and in their totality, not by just responding to a snapshot view of questions.
Yes, please.
So actually, article has raised two issues. So I have a very English question. I will give you these issues. The first one is Sanders says about the silent poets, the contemporary poets are silent, and the problem is they are not silent, they are protesting, but very selective. So the poet 1 is protesting against the issue number 1, and the poet 2 is protesting against the issue 2. So this is more dangerous, I think. So what is your observation about that? And the second question is whatever happening throughout the world this time, the warfare and some issues that are not solvable at all. So do you think that poetry can make any kind of way out or any kind of suggestion or any kind of thing? Or we can only record this kind of thing within poetry? So what is the solution? Thank you.
What is the great audible line? Poetry makes nothing happen.
Poetry is not Donald Trump.
Thank God for that.
No,
But
a poet is not a policy maker.
no, there's also some policy makers out
What is the
there.
legislator?
Who's that?
Legislator of the society.
An unacknowledged legislator.
But yes, poets have been, diplomats, Dr. Vyopaz, for example.
But having said, the next line in that Robin poem actually corrects this. I can't remember it. I think there's one way of thinking about any practice where you feel it should have an immediate impact. But going back to the idea of the slow release, the response over time, I think if you look at a fair amount of partisan activity where poets are taking up a stance on some issues and not others, it's precisely under this kind of pressure to have a view, or to have a view because you have a particular allegiance in the present. But I would actually think more about poets who recorded their responses and how those experiences unfolded for them over a period of time. And also about whether poetry can change things. I think poetry forms a point of inspiration, as you mentioned, both in this scenario now, but also in agitations in recent years. Poems by Fairs and Fairs have come to the fore. They form a rallying point. But I don't think we should cherish poetry because it can have some immediate political value. I think poetry, like all the other arts, is to be cherished not because you can instrumentalize it for political action, but because it actually gives you a model of freedom. This may not immediately translate into freedom in the context of citizenship, but it does give you a sense of, in a sense, it prepares you for citizenship. Because it allows you to be in a space of play, of creativity, of freedom, of questioning. And this is what the arts and humanities do. We're tying it back to this question of humanities, right? Why are the humanities important? Because they're about a shape of thought. They're about imaginative expansiveness. That's crucial. Whether for science or for politics, if you think about this as a triad, right? Or quartet, arts, humanities, sciences, and politics, you'll see that in the sciences and in politics, the desire to get things done, in a way, creates a kind of a momentum where all kinds of other nuances are lost. Whereas in the arts and the humanities, it's not about getting things done, it's about thinking about how things might be otherwise. So, that subjunctive mode, if it were, that is crucial to the arts and humanities. And I think that's why we cherish them. So it's not about what is poetry. Can poetry make something happen? It's more about how can poetry help you imagine things otherwise.
Sidney in his apology says, words deliver the golden.
Yes.
Ranjit, coming back to our times, first of all, you said you need time, or rather, culture will need some time before it makes a selection of which poets who are writing in English, at least, right now, in the last 20 years or so. Is there any one or two, a couple of poets whom you find really interesting, whose poems you read, or when their anthologies come out, you wait with some expectation? Would you name any of those?
Me among my own, literally my own.
Yeah, in the last 20 years or so.
Yeah, I mean, a number of them. For instance, Arundhati Subramanian's poetry. I mean, she's also a dear friend, with friends for more than 3 decades. I'm always interested in her form of imagination, for instance. It's because also she's one of the very few contemporary Anglophone Indian poets who has a declared spiritual commitment. So how she articulates that whilst also dealing with the worldview, the Laukika, whatever you want to call it, I'm interested in her work for that reason. I'm interested in the work of Dishani Doshi because she's a poet and a dancer and a cultural activist in some ways. And it's an imagination that is enriched by curiosity, by also formal and technical experiment. So Dishani Doshi is someone else whose work I look out for. These are 2 poets I would definitely think about. And there are many others, but a number of others, but these 2 I would definitely talk about.
Nice that. But all female poets, and did poets your name? That's nice. Good. I would like to talk about one poet who himself remains very elusive and whom we take to remember only when his books anthologies are published. And he is, once again, once a boy from this city. Once he referred to himself as Amader Vikram Sheth.
Say it, of course.
And how do you evaluate his work? Now that he has come out with this magnum opus, this Ramcharitmanas translation, Hanuman Chalisa, yes, Hanuman Chalisa, and you are doing a work at another level, but again somehow, in some way, tangentially, corresponding on meet that you made. How do you evaluate this fellow poet, who I think is of your age or?
No, he's much older.
He is
my God, he is, what am I, 55? He is more than Vikram is probably 67.
Oh,
If not older. Everyone has phones on which they can check these facts, but he's definitely in his late 60s at least. So how do I evaluate him? Strange you should ask, because I've been thinking about exactly that for the last couple of days. Because he's a fascinating figure. I don't know if you read Vikram Seth's work, but it's almost as if every new work of his was in a new, formally it was new. And I mean, literally on my desk, I have his From Heaven Lake, which is one of his earliest books. No, not his first book. But it takes the form of a travelogue. It's based on the time when he was wandering around China because he was going to do a PhD at Stanford in economics, which he never finished. But it's an extraordinary takes the travelogue, by the way. Sorry, I keep wandering off into digressions. The travelogue is a great form in Indian literatures, which no one seems to do too well today. But when you look back, because it's not only about discovering a place, it's also about figuring out who you are. Right? So that happens wonderfully in From Heaven Lake. And then just
Also somewhat in the Golden Gate.
which was the novel in verse, so he dealt with that question. Then he's worked on libretti for the stage, for operas. And A Suitable Boy, which is what many people know him for, is seemingly a straightforward, large, classical novel. But it's riven apart by the tensions of partition, how that forces different people to either choose or redefine themselves, questions of identity. Each of his works has been amazing. The early poems, which are really beautiful, The Humble Administrator's Garden, Mappings, the very first book which was brought up by P.Lal here, at his workshop in Calcutta. So, and even in Mappings, the very first book, he had a few translations. One was from Kerala, as I remember, the sonnets. So, I'm fascinated by Saint because his work is nourished by very prosodic classical understanding of English verse, but also by his commitments to Hindustani music, and also by his reading of other languages. In his particular case, it's Hindi and Avadi. So, but with the Chalisa, I don't know how many people have read his translation of the Hanuman Chalisa just now. That's the one work which I found disappointing for multiple reasons. One is he seems unwilling to throw off his commitment to this metricality in English. And I don't think the Chalisa lends itself to that. Because sometimes as a translator, you have to rise to the challenge of the original text. If you proceed in a way that you're comfortable with, that might not be the best way of dealing with it. Also because the Hanuman Chalisa is, he says it himself in the introduction, it is so widespread, so popular, that people have a very primordially present sense of it in their minds. I mean, it was written a few centuries ago, but it's part of the living planet. If you're going to translate that, you have to find a form that's not only metrically right. And in many cases, I found that material was either imported or dropped, which didn't do much for the Western translation. Not that I want to criticize his work in any way, but with this, also I don't know who the readership of the English translation is. Because the Chalisa is important to a large number of people for whom Hindi or Braj and Avadi are very primary. And if Anglophone people want to chant the Chalisa, they will chant it in the original language. So I don't know who the translation is for. Not a question I normally ask, because in my view, books will find their readers. So in this case, I'm just sociologically intrigued. I'd like to know who the readers might be.
So, do you think do book reviews affect you?
I'm very happy when there's a good review. And when there's a bad review, I just gnash my teeth and say, I hope no one reads this nonsense. So, when there's a bad review, you begin to ask yourself, well, what might a good review be like? Because then you stop yourself and say, I might be extremely happy if a review is full of praise, but is that what I really want? What one might want in a review is an engagement that is both empathetic to your project in your book, whatever it is you're doing, but that's also critical. But that, in the first place, at least recognizes that there's some project to the book and deals with that. The then, criticism doesn't have to be something that is corrosive. Critique can also be bracing and productive. But I think the art of the book review is waiting.
I think for this afternoon, this early evening, we have taken Ranjit by the lens and by lens of this crooked mindscape of mine. Enough.
Thank you.
But now it's time for Ranjit to, recite a few excerpts or poems. Would a glass of water help you? But it is slightly cold in this temperature.
Thank you.
Can it tolerate?
Yeah. To read. Okay. Why don't I start with a poem called After the Story, which is really written in its posthumous dedication to my mother, from whom I first heard the story on which it's based. You recognize the story, it's the Ramayana. And, Ramanujan says somewhere that no Indian ever hears the Ramayana for the first time. So it's because it's with you. It's just, whoever you might be, you have some version of it. And my mother's view of it was somewhat critical of its protagonist, because from her point of view, he didn't really do right by his wife. I think there's a point to that. It also reminds me of a time when we were able to discuss the epics in a way that they mattered to us. And why did they matter to us? And whether you thought well or ill of the protagonist, there was a larger landscape that told you about the crises you face, the way you craft your life forward, and how do you relate to other people and to some larger sense of what is beyond that you don't have evidence for, but that is there. Yeah, so this is called After the Story. The title is also a bit of, it's a pun in a way. After is Uttar Ramayana, after the Ramayana. So anyway, we start. From the anthill came the voice. 2 white birds perched on a branch, one killed by a hunter's arrow. The first poem written in its blood, the morning sage's sudden curse, falls on the hunter's ear as verse. From the anthill came the voice. Prisoner on the island of his suspicions, alone under his white silk canopy, he murmurs the chants that his aging priests heap on the fire sacrifice. Then from nowhere, 2 boys' voices, high flutes above the drone, dropped masks, startled faces. The boys sing. From the anthill came the voice of the golden deer in the forest, the princess carried off by the demon chief, the war, the siege, the giant red monkey cartwheeling across the sky and burning the island fortress. When the war ends, the prince fixes his wife's 14-year wait with a cold stare and an ordeal by fire. The fire plays honest witness. From the anthill came the voice. But the prince cannot bridge a distance greater than the stormy sea. Doubt again for him, again exile for her. Love twisted and beaten on a washerman's stone. At last she will have had enough of his tests. She will ask the furrowed earth to swallow her. He stands up shaking, his eyes opened wide, as his children sing to the king his own story.
This is from which anthology?
It's from Joe This one's called Dunhuang, and it's from friend Narendrapur territory. But it's Dunhuang is, some of you or all of you know, is this Buddhist cave monastery on the Silk Road, which for years was closed. And it's a great library. Dunhuang. For years, nothing, then torrents of sand. What could you chant against the howling wind? The caves swallowed themselves. Centuries later, abbots would scan the sky for flights of cranes to lead them to the lost lake they were trudging across. Here and there, they'd find strips of silk, bookmarks in the archive of the dunes, as they stumbled away from their dromedaries, holding their breath, saving their prayers for the other drifting, shipwrecked shore. I'll read one that is located in my city. It's called Marine Drive, which until recently at least was this beautiful Corniche sea face, but now with the coastal road and so on, I think it's going to be a thing of the past. Anyway, Marine Drive. There's a color whose name I've lost to the ash fleece of cloud, the grappled light of a monsoon sky seesawing in the gaze, unframed, a trap for the sailboat wheeling in the bay. This color that hovers between tenses, some call it violet, others squeeze their eyes shut when it surges through slate grey folds of water, either not yet or too late, never tame at your heel. But look, the rocks are coming into view, dazed seals resurrected from the waves. The tides worked itself loose of the shore and drifted out. There are no explanatory notes. What's left behind is not the remainder. There's a color whose name I cannot speak. How are we doing on time? A couple more? Yeah. One that I'm hoping to find in this book. Where is it? This is called Catapult. It's for Joy Goswami, whose work I admire, and we've had conversations over the years, and I respond strongly to his poetry and his view of the world. Catapult for Joy Goswami. Blindfold, the boatman rows his sampan north along the creek. The currents ripple in his wake, veined with green, gravid with slick. Once out in the middle of the water, he stops, lets the waves buffet and torque his course, as he throws coins to twisting left and turning right. Whatever it is, it's coming for us, hurling back all we erred at it. On the shore, the boatman's twin has zipped on his spacesuit. He's humming a zero-gravity tune as he hoses every street and roundabout with bleach. Who can lasso the cyclone hurtling above their heads, or corral the fever that's riding through town, smearing huts, towers, shanties with streaky red crosses? Whatever this is, who can breathe its name? Pick the last poem. Maybe one that has to do with these environmental questions.
Ranjit, do the cover designers discuss with you before the...
One single designer actually. had a long-term Erlang Gunjan, he's now gone away to London to study more. But he was Penguin's chief of design until recently. So all these three and the me are all collaborations. It's been one. I have a certain interest in design and publishing. So sorry. So yeah, all these have been the result of conversation with him, and he's an amazing mind. So yeah. What you asked, came up with.
It's just like that, but nobody asked this question.
No. It's a great question. Now, where is this poem I was looking for? Poems have a way of vanishing into books. If you look on page 41 for a poem that's on page 27, you will obviously not likely to find it. Why do I have this? It's because texts have a way of coming up unexpectedly in other texts. So I thought I might just share that with Glove. Not a light-headed dove, not a plastic bag, that hand floating in the air, rising on a gust, gliding to the tarmac, is a glove a baggage handler slipped off with her name tag and form, returning these goods. Weapons can't slash her, fire can't scorch her, to sky and earth. Keep them, she says. I look around for someone else to be. You know that there are lines in italics which are set off not parenthetically, but with long dashes. Weapons can't slash her, fire can't scorch her. Many of you will have recognized that really comes from Rita. So there's a way in which I just thought I'd read it because on the one hand it seems to be a poem about some totally everyday event at an airport. But there's a way in which things you've read early in life or keep returning to will also haunt your poems. So this verse from the Gita has been with me from whenever I first read it as a 10-year-old or 11-year-old. Nanam Chindanti Shastrani Nanam Nanati Pavakara. It's been with me all these years, and here and there in my poems you'll find that there are either, they're not always marked off, but there are passages, translations, floating lines from texts from other languages or texts that have been with me for a long time that come in like this. And for me it's also a way of thinking about how the very quotidian, extremely everyday, also has these cosmic resonances if you know how to be open to them. So that's why I thought I'd share this one. And then I'll close with the environmental one. It's called Sovereign. Plucking sunsets from the water, the horned sovereign half stamps, half slides across the beach, stopping to dig, claw, rake. What washes up is drilled shale, lost static parsed from gulf to strait, plastic whirls in whose wake gagged dolphins trail, scarred humpback whales whose shadows will drift unword up thawing glaciers. What washes up is news of the cracked ice across which a shivering fox is making her way from Svalbard to Nunavut, leaving her paw prints on frozen currents to the shore stippled with burst nebulae, a shore that on a compass dizzy with wind-scattered directions, she can and can't call home.
I chanced upon an advertisement some time back whose catch line was touching lives. So when we encounter someone like Ranjit, it changes our lives. And when we will go back to Bombay, we will feel sad that we are missing him. Our life has become so brazen now that Ranjit's words, in a way, illumine us, always push us towards a new beginning or contemplating a new beginning. There used to be a musical band, perhaps in the 1990s, called the Police, and they had this line, rehumanize yourself, right? In this world of machines and more machines, right? How to rehumanize ourselves, with a reservoir of nuanced attitude to life, more sensitive, right? More informative, always innovative. Who is a chameleon-like poet today, right? Towards the end of Kubla Khan, quality says, someone who has drunk the milk of paradise, right? Ranjit is one.
Oh my goodness.
You can see for yourself that Ranjit is suffering from cold, and yet his energy is unfathomable. He had rather very inadequate rest this afternoon, and yet he is ready, unflagging energy. All right, we get tired so soon, become irritated so soon, become bitter with life so soon. But Ranjit's beaming face
Oh my God.
and his faith in his own abilities, as well as in what do you call a culture, which will ultimately do a selection and evaluation, that faith in his leadership and humankind in general, that survives. This is amazing, isn't it? Ranjit, we are so grateful to you for coming here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
All right.
It's really been a pleasure. Thank you all.
Tomorrow at 3, we will listen to Ranjit at Artisan Memorial Lecture. All right? That will be our last engagement with Ranjit, this time at least. So I welcome you all on behalf of the Department of English and the college to come tomorrow and bring in all your friends and other people who are interested in Meet Takimi or the notion of translation itself or Indian culture to Artisan Memorial Lecture at 3 p.m. tomorrow at Moksha Nanda Auditorium, that is upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Very good afternoon. On behalf of the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Narendrapur, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all, especially the family members of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen, to this year's Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen Memorial Lecture, to be delivered by Sri Ranjit Hoskote, eminent poet in English, translator and reader, and hosted by the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College of Narendrapur. This is the 7th lecture in the series. The series began in 2015. Reflecting the status it has acquired over the years, this lecture has been delivered by an eminent thespian, Professor Ramendra, distinguished academics, Professor Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen, Professor Nishima and a renowned author, Sri Ranjit Hoskote. The reason this annual lecture commands such a stellar cast of speakers is the respect and legacy we associate with the man whose memory it honors. This year too, we will try to pay our homage to the life and legacy of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen. On this occasion, we'll begin with a musical overture. I invite Sri Ranjit and Rahul, both are students of the department, to present a rendition of a song by Narendrapur.
The search continues. Tagore did search and so did Lala. Lala really expounded humanity over all social and religious dogmas. To Lala, man is his main concern. And man's heart is the only place where God resides, whom Lala calls Unravelled. His songs are the main weapons against the binaries like caste, class, gender, religion. This song that we are going to present before you talks about that universal love.
Hey এই সংসারে। Thank you, Dean and Raghu, for such a soulful rendition. This sets the tone for our emotion in diverse lyrics this evening. So we just heard a rendition of a song by the 19th century Bengali mystic mixed with Ramakrishna, and as part of this lecture we'll hear from a poet who recently translated the poems of 18th century Urdu poet. Thank you. I will now request our Indian Principal Maharaj, Swami Kojitanandaji, our guest of honor today, Sri Ranjit Hoskote, Sri Shankar Sen, son of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen, and Professor Ramendra, the former head of the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, to take the seats on the seat. Our guests will now offer flowers to the photograph of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen, and will be homage to Professor Sen. And now I request Principal Maharaj to welcome our guest of honor with a bouquet of flowers and a small token of appreciation. Coming to the order, we now deliver the formal welcome address.
Om Sahanavadu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavai Tejasvinavadhitastu ma vidvishavai. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om. Obeisance to the Holy Driver Thakur Mahaj Swamiji. Respectful namaskar to Professor Ramendra. My respectful regards to Professor Ranjit Hoskote, our SPs are Shoti Prashanta, Shantugita, and Shankar is there. Arjuna and all his colleagues, Revered Hitamananda Maharaj is also there. My respectful pronouns to Revered Maharaj. And my loving namaskar to all Vedanta students. And our alumni, I suppose, and a number of students and teachers from the neighboring colleges there also assembled. My regards and namaskar to all of them. So, the Taittiriya Upanishad speaks of Mahan Kirti. We are fortunate that we have a man of accomplishment, a man of letters in our midst today. On behalf of the college, on behalf of the Department of English, I extend the most hearty welcome to Sri Ranjit Hoskote. Especially, I have got special regards to the people who work in this particular domain, translation studies, because Swamiji, in a number of places, he maintains that it's not so easy to convey the proper meaning in a totally different language. For example, he says the English word exclusion, it has no synonym in Sanskrit. And then again, in the context of the Vedic hymn, Nasatya Sutra, it is very difficult to translate Anida Vada, what it exactly means. And then in his famous 1897 lecture delivered at Shohaja Rajgadi about his comeback from the West, so he said it is extremely difficult to translate the word Shraddha because it means so many things. It means positivity, it means sincerity, it means respect, and it means humility. So all components taken together, it comes in one word, Shraddha. So that way, people who have been working in this field, they deserve a high appreciation of my humble namaskar in regards to Professor Hoskote. Like the Architecture Memorial lectures, the previous editions, I do expect and pray that today's lecture is also a grand success. My special regards and namaskar to Sri Shankar Sen and his family members who have contributed so much for the Department of English in particular and the college in general. And once again, I extend most hearty welcome to all the teachers and students who have assembled from the neighboring colleges and the universities, the admirers of Sri Professor Ramendra. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Now, let us revisit for a moment the life and legacy of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen. Please allow me to invite Professor Ramendra former head of the Department of English of this college, to say a few words on Professor Sen. Sir.
that nobleness made simple as a fire. This is the line which comes to my mind as I stand here today to pay my homage to Dr. Ramendra Kumar Sen, in whose memory today's memorial lecture has been instituted. Dr. Sen was born in 1925. He had a brilliant academic career to his credit. He began his teaching career at the City College of Calcutta before joining the Department of English, the University of Calcutta, where he taught for nearly 3 decades with distinction. In 1966, the University of Calcutta conferred on him the prestigious degree of Doctor of Literature, D.Litt, a landmark achievement in the sense that he was the first ever recipient of that prestigious award in English from the University of Calcutta. He was awarded that degree in recognition of the extraordinary merit of his thesis titled Aesthetic Enjoyment, its background in philosophy and medicine. A work which was a serious attempt to read Holland's famous Natya Shastra, and particularly its doctrine of rasa, against the literary and cultural background of its time. Dr. Sen was widely known to the academia for its scholarship, which was as vast as it was incisive, ranging from Greek literature, Latin literature, Sanskrit literature, Indian and Greek philosophy and aesthetics, and Ayurveda, to Shakespeare and T.S. Eliot. Dr. Sen, however, was no dry scholar, and as a former student of Dr. Sen in the early 1970s at Calcutta University, I distinctly recall that he had the ability to make his classroom teaching highly interesting and impactful by the clarity, fluency, and insightfulness of his expositions of the subjects that he taught. We shall remember him, of course we shall remember him as a great scholar, but we will also probably remember him as a very fine human being who endeared himself to his students and to his many admirers by his simplicity, affability, innately affectionate nature, and of course his refreshing sense of humor. It was a proud honor for the Department of English here at Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission Residential College that we had him with us at our department for more than 10 long years between 1986 and 1997 as an honorary guest professor. And I was telling you at the very beginning, the line from Yeats's great poem, No Second Troy, comes to my mind as I stand to pay my homage to him. A nobleness made simple as a fire. I pray to the holy tribe of Sri Sri Thakur, the Holy Mother and Swamiji, for eternal peace to his departed soul. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to hear from guest of honor, Sri Ranjit Hoskote, I realize that it is Sri Ranjit Hoskote hardly needs any introduction to any informed reader of Indian English poetry in the country. However, since it is customary on such occasions to introduce the distinguished speaker to the audience, I will invite Professor Ramendra, Head of the Department of English, to recall a few of the accomplishments of Sri Ranjit Hoskote.
How to introduce our chief speaker this afternoon. I was thinking, I still am once again, as to by which words shall I typify him? Because he is beyond typification. Not a poet that we think of, not a scholar we think of, and yet he is above a poet, he is above a scholar. Well, all about Ranjit Hoskote you will find in the Wikipedia, on the internet, winner of Sahitya Academy Award, Golden Jubilee, then Translation Award, and also other awards. But that's not all. I think this is a deja vu for us, as well as for him, because we had Mr. Hoskote 20 years ago on this campus. 2 years later, we have invited him, and he has accepted graciously our offer, and he is here to deliver the 7th partition and the language. But I would rather stress on that aspect of similarity with my erstwhile teacher, Professor Ramendra. Yes, I was a student when I was studying them in my undergraduate days. Artificial and Professor Ramendra Kumar. There are two aspects where they converge, where their lives converge, where their practices converge, where their philosophical converge. Both of them were and are astute scholars. They have no other preoccupation in life apart from reading and writing. Number one. Number two, simplicity and humility. Ranjit today is a global celebrity. It is not easy to make him down at all, because he is full, his hands are full with works. He has such a busy schedule. And yet, he is humility incarnate, a quality which we have seen in a scholar of such renowned stature as Professor Ramakrishna. This is how I would rather like to introduce Sri Ranjit Hoskote today. Not any other poet that we can think about, because we hardly see any poet like him today. Not any scholar we think about, because we hardly see any scholar like him today. Alright? And yet, among a scholar, among a poet, with a transcendental mind, there is God, or one of his employees, I think Hanshaw, Hanshos, and Dido. Like a Dido, he soars above the clouds, and yet his eyes or his wit are not sharp, but full of kindness for humanity, for us as well. He loves this place like our brother. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming. You come here. Just one factual modification. Artisan Memorial Lecture has become possible because of the endowment of his family members, his son, principally, Sri Ranjit. But from this year on, our Shakti, ex-former head of the department, my teacher, another student of artisan, he has also contributed equally to the endowment. So from now on, artisan memorial lecture can be held with a more organizational muscle.
Thank you, sir, for such a perceptive introduction. Now, before we hear from guest of honor, we'll first hear from his recently published translations of Meet the English poetry. I'll request Reed Professor to come on stage and read select poems from Ramendra Hoskote's recent publication, The Homeland is an Ocean, Meet the English.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. It is such an honor for us to have Mr. Ranjit Hoskote as our speaker for the 7th Artisan Memorial Lecture. I will be reading 3 poems from The Homeland and Ocean, Mr. Hoskote's very recently published book on his translation of Meet the English poetry. I will be reading both the Urdu text as well as the English translation, and I would like to extend my apologies for my pronunciation in Urdu, both to Mr. Hoskote and all of you. But I'm sure you will hear a few lines from him as well, and I will be more than happy to stand corrected. So the first poem is the 56th poem from the book. हर चांद सिर्फ है गम है, ले दिल जिगर से जा तक. हर चांद सिर्फ है गम है, ले दिल जिगर से जा तक. लेकिन कभी शिकायत ही नहीं ज़बान तक. Griefs used so many organs, from heart and liver to life's vein. Whatever has complained was as far as the tongue. The next poem is the 92nd number poem from the book. क्या मैं भी परेशानी खातिर से गरीब था? क्या मैं भी परेशानी खातिर से गरीब था? आंखें तो कहीं थी, दिल है लोंदिदा कहीं था. Was that you? The sum of my scattered anxieties. The eyes pointed one way, the heart revealed another. And the last one is the number 133 from the book. काश उसके रूबरू ना करे मुझको हश्र में. काश उसके रूबरू ना करे मुझको हश्र में. कितने मेरे सवाल हैं जिनके नहीं जवाब. Try not to bring me face to face with him on Judgment Day. I have so many questions that have no answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reed, for reciting those points. I'll now request Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen to take the seats of the audience, and Sri Ranjit Hoskote will come to the seat. So please join me in welcoming Sri Ranjit Hoskote for this year's Ramendra Kumar Sen Memorial Lecture. Please welcome him to round of applause. The title of the lecture is Looking Back to look forward. So we'll take a couple of minutes to arrange these on the stage.
করেছিস তো বন্ধ করে পজ করে করে
And it's really a very special pleasure and a privilege for me to be here. I would like to thank the principal and the staff of the Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, particularly the English department. As you heard, my connections to the department go back 2 decades. And to the family of Professor Ramendra Sen, I'm very moved to be giving this year's lecture in memory of this profound and distinguished scholar. Before I go on to my lecture, I'd like to dwell on 3 particular itineraries, if you will, that bring me to this moment in time. The first of these, of course, is 2006, when I was last here. I was struck by not only the sylvan surroundings of the college, but very specifically by the great devotion to learning. And when I come back 2 decades later, I find that there is a lineage of scholars here. And Professor Sen obviously has placed in that lineage of scholarship, of devotion to learning, and increasingly in these times when the arts and the humanities are under siege, it's a very, very particular form of commitment that there is a department like this where generations of teachers remain committed to the values of study, of research, of going back over texts and narratives that have importance, and to produce a pedagogy to students who perhaps feel the yoke of discipline, of scholarly discipline now, but when they go out into the world will come to cherish what they've learned here and the atmosphere that prevails here. So that's one road to this moment that I'd like to travel. What I would also like to think about here is, when it's something that's part of your own life, it's so naturalized to you that you don't really think about it. But where I grew up in Bombay, in what was once a garden suburb called Khar, not 3 lanes away from my childhood home stands the Ramakrishna Mission. And it was very, very crucial to me growing up, because it was an oasis of peace and of serenity in a city that was just full of turmoil and momentum in the 1970s. And I'll always think back very, very fondly to time spent there in quiet reflection. I'm not going to go so far as to say that it was time spent in prayer and meditation, but it was certainly time spent in a certain calming of the senses and of the mind. And when I came here, I had very much the same sense. I know that the Ramakrishna Mission in Khar goes back to the 1920s and 1930s, but just to refresh my memory, I looked it up before coming here. The foundation was made in 1926, and the center was really inaugurated literally 90 years ago on Narendrapur Day. So it's a very strange and auspicious happenstance that it's precisely 90 years ago that happened. And I'm shuttling here between the Ramakrishna Mission at home and this center of the mission here. And as a third prelude to what I have to say, I'm particularly honored to be speaking on this occasion because Professor R.K. Sen's practice, his training, his intellectual formation, all remind us of the crucial importance of the classics, of a certain tradition that is based on classical languages. I think too often we tend now to take this for granted. I find not only in academia but in many other domains, there is a shallow presentism, if you will. There's a horizontal concern with the now. But it seems to me that the only way in which one can arrive at any scholarly depth or any way of being in the world that is richly informed is by constant dialogue with what has gone before. And by this I don't mean that we should have a nostalgia of a tradition, or that it should be some uncritical faith in what went before. I think what is important and what we learn from, whether it's studies in Greek or Sanskrit or Latin or Middle English, is the importance of criticality as an element of knowledge. So it's in that spirit that I want to go to the lecture or the talk today. Rather than a lecture, I would think of this as a way in which we can together think through certain questions that seem to be important. You'll remember that the term lecture has its origins in the Latin word lector, which means reader. Yeah, so in the first place, the act of giving a lecture was not so much about talking, it was about reading. So I treat a lecture as an occasion for reading together, rather than for me just sounding off in a monologue. So my topic today, as you see, is called translation as retrieval, looking back to look forward. As I said before, I don't think the appropriate way of looking to the past is a simple, uncritical nostalgia. I think rather that one should look to the past critically and yet empathetically, and to see what energies we can draw from the past to carry us forward to face the challenges that await us. And I've chosen to talk about translation because it is, and has for a very long time been a part of my own practice as a poet and as an essayist and as a person. I would say. Being a person is also a practice. You know, sometimes we take our personhood for granted. You know, we are who we are. And then there are more professional definitions where we take ourselves a little more seriously. But I think it's valuable to look at how our personhood itself is a project. How do we fashion ourselves? What might be the best way of doing that? What are the forms of refinement and of self-criticism that are important to that project, personhood, or fashioning a subjectivity? The slides are telling me to get on with it, obviously. So, why is translation important to me? Long before it ever became a literary practice for me or an academic interest, it was biographically present to me. And I think this is probably true of many, many people in South Asia, so I'm not saying this is very special. But many of us grew up multilingual. In my case, because I belong to a diasporic micro-minority that has moved its geographical location several times in recorded history, but also because my family happens to be rather multilingual. I grew up listening to many languages and also being aware that different parts of my family had different sets of languages. So honestly, I can't remember a time when I was not involved in one form of translation or another. Just making sense of my age and environment involved various forms of translation. And when I think back at that kind of scenario, it seems to me that I'm thinking here of polyglossia, I'm thinking here of a multilingual scenario. And it's only out of that kind of scenario that translation even takes its sustenance and becomes meaningful. Translation is meaningful when there is an other to be reached up to, when you have to build a bridge to something that's not necessarily you, or when you're trying to craft a set of connections among different languages but also different temperaments. So when I think about a situation like the present, where there are a few dominant languages, including the one I'm speaking in right now, but for instance, English, in some cases the official standard, Hindi, in the various regions of South Asia, a regionally dominant language. When I look at how dominant languages generally are snuffing the lifeblood out of smaller languages, more transitional languages, intermediate languages, I am alarmed. I tend to be alarmed by the flattening out of linguistic realities. I'm saddened by the ways in which some languages gain dominance whilst other languages slip out of sight. And more broadly, this situation in language becomes a metaphor for such flattening in all the domains of our life. So when I think about a society that's threatened by forms of politics that are premised on hard-edged, flat identities, or a politics that is opposed to plurality, I find myself very worried indeed. Because translation in that case is not just not something you do academically or for aesthetic reasons. It's something that you do as a political commitment. And if you had only one kind of identity, whether that was linguistic or religious or ethnic, there would be no further need for translation. Yeah, so I'm inviting you to think about translation as a gateway to a world of plurality, of manyness, which is to be cherished in and of itself. And in any reasonably complex society, this would be the situation. So it's sad to think about, it's not just India, this is happening across the world. It's sad to think about a planet where societies that have been reasonably complex for centuries are now trying to simplify themselves in very drastic, arbitrary ways. And in that situation, once again, I turn to translation as a way of keeping doors open to plurality, to surprise, to manyness. So let me think through with you two different ways of thinking about language and linguistic practice. There's one way of thinking about language which is territorially bounded, where one thinks that every region or every nation must have its language which is mystically connected in a certain way, and other languages somehow do not belong. This is the inheritance that we get from, it's a legacy of romanticism, that there was a certain mystical wager on one nation, one territorially bounded nation with its singular language, and that language in its highest form, which would demote all other forms to dialects and keep out anything that didn't belong. It seems to me that that way of thinking about language has profound limitations. It tends to narrow us. The other conception of language and linguistic practice would be based on what I'm thinking of here as a transregionality. One has to think of languages as mutating already, as forming bridges, as forming connections. So if we look at where languages migrate, we have a very different cartography of linguistic practice. So I'm asking you to think about South Asia, and this is part of an introduction. I'll give you my roadmap for the three movements that are following. I'm just placing these thoughts out here so that we could perhaps either discuss them later or at least carry them away with us. Think about India as it stands today. If you look at an India mapped today based on supposedly equitable linguistic division of states, it looks as if we are a set of blocks where in each block a single language is spoken. If you look at that map impartially, you say to yourself, these just look like building blocks that have no communication. But if you look at that map differently and follow the migrations of people across these blocks and just start mapping the journeys of languages, you actually have our linguistic reality. You will see, for instance, that Bangla is spoken not only in West Bengal but also right across the border, as far south as you might want to go, as far west and beyond in the diaspora. And this is true of every other Indian or South Asian language. So I'm asking you to think here of this more free, more transitive, more productive way of thinking about language, not as something that requires to be securely maintained within borders, but as something that richly informs other places and other communities beyond borders. So, given this, I'd say that translation cannot be seen, as it too often is, in purely literary terms. It has to be seen as something more than a practice that's geared to teleporting texts from one language to another. And there is, of course, a vast academic literature, there's translation studies, which takes precisely this view of translation, and it's productive. But what if we think about an expanded notion of translation as an unpredictable medium? What if we think about translation as something that has, as I'll go on to argue, that historically has had the potential to transform cultures, to actually transfigure consciousness, to improvise, and to think about translation as both the poetics and the politics of questioning and self-refashioning. What I'm saying here really is that within the kind of academic milieu that many of us have been shaped by and in which we work, we tend to see translation as a subset of our larger linguistic and cultural practices. I'm inviting you to think about translation as in fact a superset within which all our linguistic and cultural practices can be shaped. And I'm going to go on now in three movements of the lecture to talk about three different aspects of translation viewed in this way. The first of these is what I think of as anamnesia. Anamnesia, as many of you will know, is the opposite of forgetting. It carries its opposite within itself. It's an opposition to forgetting. But also, anamnesia is the term given to a list of symptoms made by a patient for a doctor. Yeah. So, in both these senses, I think it's important for us to go back to the history of translation and as well make an inventory of it, recognize again how transformative and even transfigurative translation has been key moments in cultural history, and how it's been really related to everything that we talk about when we think about the encounters between two different cultural imaginaries, two different cultures, two civilizations. Am I pointing in the right direction? This, as you see, is the it's the Diamond Sutra. It's from the 9th century, and the reason I have it here is for two reasons. One is that, in a sense, it marks the actual advent of print modernity. Normally when we think about print, we think about Gutenberg and our Bible, and that's the received history we all have about where printing starts. But not to make a pan-Asianist kind of point, but just to set the empirical record straight, I thought I'd share this slide, because it reminds us that there were technological advances going on in the deep heartland of the Silk Road long before Europe came around to printing. So this was actually early block printing, but it was the first printed dated text that we have. It's one of the long Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras, translated by Kumarji, who was a monk who lived in the 5th century. And here I want to dwell on this particular text, because we're often told that these long Vaipulya Sutras were translated from Sanskrit original into Chinese by Kumarji and his disciples. And we've often taken that on trust, that these were translations. Now the trouble is that original Sanskrit texts of those original Sanskrit sources simply are not available. And the usual explanation has been that they were destroyed when one or another monastery was destroyed. But another and far more reasonable way of thinking about it, when you look at the actual textual evidence, is that these were never translations. That they actually were what Professor D.Litt used to describe as transcreations. Because there is a very, very different texture and structure to what we know of Mahayana Sutras of that period and these long Chinese sutras, such as the Vajracharika, but also things like the Vimalakirti Nirdesh. What you see in minor texts of that time is an emphasis on certain compression, or illumination to compression. The Chinese long sutras are baroque in their flamboyance. They're almost theatrical. The Bodhisattva never arrives by himself in these Chinese sutras. He arrives attended by thousands of semi-divine figures. The exchanges among characters are far more elaborate. So it seems to me that in this case, what Kumarjiva, as the translator or translator was doing, was really not to simply authentically transport one kind of text, a text from one language into another. I think he was actually simply creating a whole different text, whilst giving the aura of an original religious context. And I think I would like us to dwell on how translation works in this case, because today, in translation studies, we spend a lot of time worrying about the fidelity, the authenticity of a text. What if you consider a situation where fidelity and authenticity were not in fact the criteria that were being aimed for? That this was something else. It was an expanded notion of what translation would mean in terms of making these texts available to a new audience, a new country, a new language, in terms that were more readily understandable to them. Yeah. So we're not simply looking at a simple translation, we're looking at something that is transformed along the way. The second of these, I have a number of these moments in the history of translation that I'm going to develop here. I thought I'd bring this to your notice. Some people are already familiar with it, but this is what was called the Bethel Mikvah, House of Wisdom, which was set up by the Abbasid Sultans of Baghdad in the 8th and 9th centuries. Khalif Mansur and then Harun al-Rashid, who many of us know from fairy tales, were the patrons of this particular intellectual enterprise. And what it achieved, the Bethel Mikvah, was the large-scale translation and onward transmission of texts from Sanskrit, Persian, and Greek into Arabic. And this includes things like the Charaka Samhita from here, the Jatakas and the Panchatantra, but also Plato and Galen, Aristotle, Pythagoras, a whole range of thinkers from the classical worlds of East and West, whose thoughts had in some measure been lost in their original countries. But these were taken forward in a context that we now associate in a rather flat way with Islam. But we're looking here at the Abbasid Empire, which really extended its intellectual curiosity in every direction. And this is how many of these texts eventually made their way to Europe, which at that point was sunk in the Dark Ages. You know, if you're learning history, as certainly I did, hopefully this is no longer the case, you were just told that, you know, from roughly the 5th century AD to the Renaissance, Europe and the world by extension, that was the Dark Ages. That might have been true of Europe, it wasn't true of anywhere else. So I'm asking you to think about how translation here played an incredible role in assuring the longevity and new outcomes for a number of these texts. And it sustained the fluorescence of science and philosophy and inquiry in the Islamic world. Remember these texts, which have been translated from Sanskrit to Persian and Greek, then went right across North Africa, into Islamic Spain, and then came into Christian Europe. So the reason many of us now receive these texts at all is because of this transmission line. It also informed the work of major philosophical figures like Al-Khwarizmi, Ibn Sina, Avicenna, and Ibn Rushd, or Averroes, as we know it. So here I'm asking you to think about translation as an essential form, an essential medium that ensures the longevity of texts and that allows them to survive historical capitalism in their countries of origin and to achieve a new life elsewhere. continuing with the history of translation, this is the Escuela de Traductores, the School of Translators, which was set up in Toledo in a Spain that was still a mosaic of various Islamic emirates, but also resurgent Christian Catholic kingdoms in the 13th and 14th centuries. So, for me, this is an example of how translation can bridge other kinds of political differences. I'm asking you to think about Iberia, Spain and Portugal at that point, where religious conflict was a fact of life. People were involved in a conflict across religious lines. And at the same time, you have this incredible phenomenon of team translators. You will have people of Jewish faith, you would have Muslims, and you would have Christians all working together to translate these texts. Texts that had originally come from the Abbasid world were then being translated out into what later became into Latin and then into the modern Arabic languages. So it's a model well worth thinking about, because today when we think about religious differences, we think about them as premise of mutual annihilation, with either one or the other. Here's a scenario where there are kingdoms battling against each other. There are forms of religious belief that are engaged in discord. And at the same time, there's a common ground that they're seeking. It seems almost impossible to think that this could even happen. But here's an example of how translation becomes that common ground where people set their differences aside in the quest for something higher than difference, something higher than being polarized. Some form of learning that assures them of new horizons for what it means to be human and what does it mean to work together. There's a granularity of intellectual labor in an image like this. So this is just one image, but it stands for several centuries of collaboration. So I'm asking you to think here about how translation at its best can also be an invitation to set differences aside, to seek common ground, and to collaborate. And instead of destroying oneself in the quest for windy abstractions like religious identity, you actually dedicate yourself to the artisanal intellectual labor of looking at texts, looking at their resonances, annotating them. These are all humble, invisible activities at one level, but these are the activities that keep culture and cultures alive. In that same spirit of circling around the world, as you see, in space and in time, I have this image of Akbar's court at Fatehpur Sikri here, because I want us to think now about the vast translation projects that were set in motion first by Akbar and then by his successor Jahangir and then later Shah Jahan. In the first place in a center like the Khana Fatehpur Sikri, but then eventually also in Delhi and in Lahore. And what were they translating? These Mughal emperors, the earliest of them may have been born outside, but as the line progressed, they of course were born in India, their destinies were made here, they were partly Rajput, they were fully involved in the life of this country. And there was an immense intellectual curiosity that they had about the languages they found and the texts they found. So, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan eventually set in motion translations of the Mahabharata, of the Ramayana, of the Yoga Vasish. For some reason, they were fascinated by this yogic text, the Yoga Vasish. Every successive Mughal emperor actually had that text translated. So they were interested in story cycles, they were interested in philosophical treatises, and they were concerned that these texts should travel from Sanskrit into Persian. And thereby, these texts found a new life not only for Persian speakers and readers in India, but also wherever Persian was spoken, which was really like an Iranosphere across Central and West Asia. And it also speaks to the way in which these emperors, whilst they were commissioning translations from Sanskrit, were themselves writing in Rajbhasha. So, if you think about the Mughal Empire from this perspective, you see that it actually cherishes a multilingual model of society. It cherishes the fact that ideas and texts should not be confined to people or to one set of readers. So this is why I have this image, because this suggests to us ways in which translation can actually help us build societies that are more at ease with themselves, where differences do not become a ground for division, they actually become grounds for making new discoveries together. It's this background of translation that eventually leads to a very specific moment in the history of the Mughal Empire, when Nara Shikoh, Shah Jahan's son, installed, he eventually perishes, he loses the struggle for the crown to his brother Aurangzeb, who sought him alone. But Nara remains an intriguing figure, because he came to these questions with the mind and the sensibility of someone committed to comparative religion. It was Nara who first actually codified the Upanishads into Persian. It is he who, because he was so committed to the Upanishads, he actually commissioned the translation. He also wrote a very intriguing comparison between Advaita and Islam, which is called the Meeting of the Oceans, Majma al-Bahrain. And these are texts that are dropped out of sight, but when we think about them, we think about how much our sense of our own culture and civilization has been revitalized through these acts of translation. So think about this as a gateway to a different way in which the Mughal Empire would have gone. Had Nara become the emperor, there might have been a completely different, as was his dream, a meeting of the oceans, a meeting of the different religions. And the fact that the Upanishads eventually get to Europe at all comes out of this tradition. Because it's Nara's Persian edition of the Upanishads that's translated into French by a French scholar who lived at Mughal court for a while, and then eventually it makes its way into Orientalist scholarship. Now in the next few images, I'm going to think about also how translation has certain implications for identity and location in various contact zones between two dissimilar cultures. And I'm saying this because we find ourselves committed by a certain kind of nationalist strand in our history to an essentialism about who we are. And there still seems to be a lingering anxiety about how do you define what it means to be Indian. In the study of Indian English literature, for instance, it still pops up, doesn't it? You say, what might be the Indianness factor here? I'm thinking back to moments in our own history where there were different ways of parsing this question of where do you belong, what language do you speak, what do you believe, and where translation becomes a way of adapting and improvising. Now, what you see here, of course, is the Kandahar edict of Ashoka. Normally, we think of Ashoka's edicts from the earliest of them, from Dhauli onwards to everywhere. We think that they were composed in Pali and published, as it were, in Brahmi. But there also were Greek and Aramaic edicts, particularly in the west of the modern empire, because that is where there were modern subjects who spoke Greek and Aramaic. Many of them were ethnic Greeks, or they were Indo-Greeks. And what you have in the Kandahar edict here is precisely Greek and Aramaic translations of the Magadhi of the original text. But there's a key difference, which of course I would have to point to in there. But the key difference is that Ashoka does not insist on an absolutely accurate translation of the most important word in the whole edict, which is Dhamma. Some of you are probably familiar with the text of the edicts, but they essentially intended to convey to the subjects of the Mauryan Empire the importance of the Buddhist religion, which Ashoka had embraced. So the Dhamma was presented in the edicts as an ethic of compassion, of mutuality, of community, and of non-violence. But in the Greek version, the word that is used for Dhamma has nothing at all. It's a very difficult word to translate at the best of times. But what Ashoka does is simply to use the word Eusebia, which does not mean Dhamma. Eusebia is a Greek word which simply means piety gained by honoring the gods. It's a term that would have been well understood to the Greek subjects, but has nothing to do with Dhamma, because as you know, in Buddhism, there is no God, there are no gods, no piety is gained by worshiping gods. So, again we circle around to this question of a certain hard-edged insistence on fidelity when we study translation as an academic practice, but a certain openness and adaptability when you think about translation in this larger political and social context. Because clearly what was important to Ashoka here and to his scribes, yesterday as part of a workshop we read a poem together by Keki Narapala called The King Speaks to the Scribe, which is Ashoka talking to the scribes who were making the edicts. So if you think back to that scenario, clearly to the emperor, it wasn't crucial that his idea of Dhamma be pushed down the throats of every subject as a dogma. Rather, his approach was more empathetic, which was to take a concept that was part of the lives of the subjects and to see how that might find space in this ethic of compassion and mutuality and non-violence. So clearly Ashoka was saying, I don't care if they mean piety to the gods by Eusebia. If that is their central notion of how to lead a good life and how to be a good person, that works for me as a correlate to Dhamma. Yeah, so I'm trying to think here also of translation as a non-neutral practice. It's not neutral. It's not as if an exact correlative of the words is going to give us what we want. We also need to think about it as a practice that has its own social and political dimensions, that has its penumbras, if you will, of meaning and of significance. We're going to go on to around two of these examples of what translation has meant in contact zones. These examples are from the coinage of Latin and Greek kingdoms of the Northwest. Northwest India, the traditional usage, but of course today's Pakistan and Afghanistan. And here again, so the key terms here, Basileus, which is the Greek for emperor, but also the term Prata, which comes into being at this point. And what these coins, which otherwise might just simply be relics sitting quietly in the machine in the museum, what they tell us, what the linguistic evidence they hold suggests, is that very new conceptions of theology and politics were coming into being at this time. The point is that until this moment, there had not really been in what you might want to think of as Hindu thought some notion of a savior from the afterlife. That had really not been part of Hindu theology. But it's here in this contact zone where Persian, Greek, and Indic religions were coming together that you suddenly have new and compelling notions of kingship and of divinity. And suddenly you're presented with this idea of the Sota Mythos, the great savior, which then gets translated into Sanskrit as Radha, and then has resonance in texts that are written
later. What we see in these drawings is people with very different theological ideas coming together and forming new forms of cosmology and of religion. Because this notion of the Savior really is a Persian idea. It's not present really up to that point in Proto-Judaism to the west of Persia. It's not really present in our kind of thinking there. But very interestingly, this Persian idea ripples out in both directions and then assumes a very, very crucial role in our thinking here about the Calcutta, for instance, and then the whole notion of the Messiah in what later becomes the Judaic and the Christian tradition. So that's the evidence that these stories hold. We're looking here at translation as evidence of sweeping, large-scale changes in theology, in cosmology, in how people see their own relation to themselves and the afterlife and what might come. And it is very interesting to, for instance, connect the rise of this figure of the Creator here with later Mahayana ideas about the Bodhisattva, for instance, and the Avatar. There's a whole discussion that hangs by the evidence of these stories. Of course, not only these stories, but when seen in conjunction with other texts that are written in that period. I find it compelling to think about translation also as evidentiary material for these kinds of shifts. And that's the last of my slides, after which I'll slip into a conclusion. Now this is, as you see, it's a drawing that was minted by Mahmoud al-Ghazali, who is usually presented to us as someone who inaugurated a period of violence and of the imposition of one religion and the destruction of others and so on. Now the only problem with that rather simple view is that he also struck these lines, which are as it happens in the Sharda script. And there is a mantra which is in Sanskrit, except that it's not a mantra you find in any Hindu text. It says, it goes like that. It says, Avyaktam Ekam Muhammad Avatar Mahmoud Nrupati. And as you see, of these three terms, the first two are actually a Sanskrit translation of the Arabic kalima. They're shahada, they're the confession of faith. So, when you look at this drawing, again, a little drawing in a machine, in a music somewhere, but a very, very different understanding of human action in history hangs by the evidence of these drawings. Because we begin to ask ourselves, why was somebody like Mahmoud al-Ghazni, or Mahmoud al-Ghazni as he's sometimes incorrectly described, why would he want to strike lines in the Sharda script, which is the local script? Why would he also seek out a Sanskrit inscription? Why would he go to the trouble of having the key cornerstone Islamic expression of faith be translated into Sanskrit? It tells you something. It clearly tells you that whilst there was definitely that side of Mahmud which had to do with being an invader, establishing his new dominion, and so forth, there was clearly also another aspect which was a recognition that the ideas that he was bringing into this new region had to be accommodated into his prior culture, his prior language, it had to make sense to the people. So, and he recognized also very, very clearly, as historians have argued, that if he had to make any impression at all on his new subjects, he had to use the language of prestige of that time and place. So you have a very different view of what looks like a conqueror who did not care at all about the people he had conquered. As against that, here's an image of someone who clearly understood that if he didn't fit into the new land he had arrived in, there wasn't much of a future for him. And there's also a very crucial theological shift that happens in that. I'm going to call it an Islamic mantra. When he said, Avyaktam Ekam is, there is no God. There is no God, but God is translated into terms that make sense in the new philosophical climate in which he found himself. The unmanifest is one. So far, so good. That's in consonance with Islamic belief. But then it says, Muhammad al-Avatar. Now, as we know, there is no role for the avatar in strict Islamic theology. In fact, to regard the Prophet as an avatar of God would be heresy in Islam. But here you have Mahmud of Gaza going along with a complete shift in Islamic theology. Because obviously the Brahmins who advised him told him that the Duta is not a figure who necessarily makes much sense in the context of Indian court culture and Indian theology. So he transforms that, he permits a transformation from the notion of the Duta, the messenger of God, to an avatar of God. So it's an extraordinary piece of cultural and religious evidence where an emperor who's supposed to be imposing a religion actually allows for a complete and radical, if you will, misreading, but also a transformation of that religion for a new intellectual and philosophical climate. So there's one way of seeing a figure like this through the lens of propaganda. There's another way of seeing Mahmud of Ghazni and his period through this set of cultural mediations. And translation, again, as you see, is a key role in this. So that's the last of my slides. I'm now going to end with a set of conclusions about how, if we take translation seriously as a way of keeping our minds and our cultural horizons open, what then happens? I think it's critical that we see ourselves as part of ecumenies of language, that we are, by definition, going to be members of uncertain ecumenies of language, and that we will always have to be, if you will, linguistic diplomats. We will have to negotiate our way and not only translate texts, but also create through translation new forms of culture. And that is why I had at the end a brief meditation on why it is that translation becomes a necessary ground for cosmopolitanism. You know, there are two ways of thinking about the cosmopolitan project, at least there are many ways of thinking about it, two that I will develop here. In one of these, we take as our talisman Goethe's idea of Weltkultur, or Weltliteratur, world literature, where Goethe suggests that rather than think of a sovereign from his point of view, instead of thinking about the world and its literatures from a sovereign European point of view with its own conventions, one should be open to the literatures that come from every part of the world with their conventions and with their own ways of forming and framing literary experience. And at the time, and even today, this is usually laughed at as kind of impossibly relativistic project. I think that seen through the lens of translation, it's actually an incredibly constructive project. So I'd ask you, in conclusion, I would ask you to think about this notion of Goethe's of Weltliteratur as a redemptive form, not only of how to be a reader. You remember I started this lecture by talking about the figure of the reader. How best can we be readers? Not by mastering texts, but really by immersing ourselves in this environment of Weltliteratur, of world literature, where we don't simply sit here and say, you know what, I read English, therefore I will read all kinds of texts in English, in translation, and become complacent. That's not what the challenge of translation is. What it really means is that I will put myself in a place of discomfort, even if the language is English and the medium is translation. I'm going to ask what it means for me to read the hymn of a griot, if you will, a magician, or a shamanic figure from West Africa. What does it mean to read that in translation and to be shaken and remade because I have to use different reading strategies? What does it mean for me to read a 15th century Japanese poet and to be startled by a poem that seems to get over even before it started? What kind of illumination is that? Or what does it mean for me to read through an elaborate 8th century Sanskrit play with all of its conventions of character formation, tableau, setting, tonalities, class asymmetries, and what kind of reader do I become when I read that kind of text? So
this is one of the thoughts that I'm going to leave you with, that this is what translation can also do. It can radically remake as a reader. And it also allows you to, as it were, inhabit other personae, inhabit other cultures. And by doing so, it really breaks down the sharp line between self and other, between what is me and what is someone else. And in that way, I think translation really serves as an inoculation against the kinds of provincialism, the kinds of jingoism to which we've all become victims in recent times. The reason I've also shared these moments of bridging and contact zones with you is precisely to show that our histories are more complex, more perplexing, and less flat than we think they are. These are the materials, these are the cultural materials of which we are made in a certain way. So, looking back here and looking forward through this lens of Goethe's wealth literature, I think it's important to think about translation as part of this larger project of what the Stoics would have called oikeiosis, being at home in the world. Not simply by wandering about like, Arjun, one of your favorite words, globetrotter. Not by being a globetrotter who seems to be at home all over the place, but by actively taking on the challenge of what it means to be at home somewhere else. What does it mean literally to breathe another air, speak another language, grasp another literature, and by doing that, literally expand your personhood. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it with that. I'm going to leave it. But since we're in the tradition of classical scholarship, I don't feel that perturbed about leaving you with a heavy-sounding Greek word. And the Greek word is xenophilia. The danger with all these narrow forms of provincialism and jingoism and ultranationalism that are just barred for the course today is that they're all premised on xenophobia, the fear of the other. Translation is a way of embracing xenophilia, the love of the other. And even if it's not mad, passionate love, it could just simply be curiosity about the other. There could be a certain openness and responsiveness to who the other is, what the other does, and what common ground there could be. So, thank you very much for your attention. And if the custom is not to have questions after a memorial lecture, but I hope you have questions that you will take away with you in your minds. So thank you for your attention.
That you can have your discussion outside of the buildings, as you say. You will be there in the department, you can meet him and ask him whichever question you have in your mind. But this lecture will again, take another direction, because we have some time from 3 to 5. That was the projected schedule of action memorial lecture. And since we have some 15-20 minutes time, I would take this prerogative of asking Ranjit why he has undertaken this translation of Me to Me. This book has now only, I think, a couple of months ago. Now, whatever Ranjit has today enlightened on what translation can do. Alright? While now, in practice, he picks up a poet like me, being a fellow poet himself 200 years later, writing in English. What is in his mind? Right? So I am tempted to call Ranjit back to the lecture again and take this lecture to another direction. Thank you.
We have to have a glass of water to be spectacular. As I said somewhere at the beginning of the lecture, also the reason I didn't go to that during the lecture is I still have this sense that the lecture needs to be about a larger topic that embraces all of us in our destinies. And I didn't really want to dwell on my own book in translation. But thank you for this possibility for attendance. The English translation that I did, which is just appeared under the British language classics, really comes out of a long-term preoccupation with Urdu literature. And frankly, I spent years and years working on Khalid, and came to me by means of Khalid, because it's Khalid who actually set it up. As many of you will know, Khalid was not a brilliant poet, but he was also not arrogant. And that there was really no one who could equal him except me. And that's how I got to read. I kind of knocked on Lee's door at Khalid's insistence. And upon arriving there, I realized that here's a poet who, through a whole combinatorial tradition, has basically been celebrated as the poet of love. And the minute you have that kind of identification, practically anything that poet writes, remember his poetry is available in 6 large, vast volumes. Naming or branding a poet like that actually means that you are no longer attentive to what the poet is actually doing, to the complexities and the currents of his poetry. And I realized that, in fact, Lee's poetry was far more diverse than it seemed. Not only was he not just a simple poet of love, in my reading, I began to see him, in fact, as someone who was politically attentive to the calculus of his time. He lived through the late Roman Empire, which was a time of collapse. The empire was beginning to really fall apart. The East India Company was rising. There were repeated invasions of Delhi, Ramakrishna Mission. And suddenly, the figure of me became an extremely contemporary personality. It's a poet who's become a refugee in his own country. Someone who's had to leave Delhi to move to Rajasthan and move here to Lucknow. There's a way in which poets can speak to us across distances in space and time. And that's one of the key reasons, I think, why Lee's poetry resonates strongly with profound ways. In 3 poems that were read out earlier of Lee's, you find that the way he writes too is not caught up with poetic formulae. He's actually crafting his language as he goes on. Also, someone interested in languages, I enjoyed the fact that Lee, writing in the 18th century, wrote in an Urdu that was a very different pace. If you read Khalid now, if you have an awareness of Urdu that comes out of a certain traditional shairi, you tend to think more of it as a flowery, Persian-oriented language. Lee's Urdu is very different. It's more robust, more connected to Rajbhasha and Kashmiri. It's a poetry of active verbs and poetry of shock and collision and illumination. It's robust. It really makes a claim on your attention for very different reasons than Khalid's poetry. But put in a larger context of why, I'm often asked this question. If you write in English, why on earth would you be interested in someone who writes Urdu? The simple answer to that is, and that's the spirit in which I gave this lecture, you
write in one language, or you might be committed to teaching the literature of one language, as the case may be. But you're nourished by many languages. And in my case, I certainly am, because I might be a monolingual writer, but I'm a multilingual reader. So it seems to me that, my own writing, I see myself as an apprentice to the poets I translated. Before me, I worked for 20 years on translating a 14th century mystic, a Kashmiri woman mystic, Laleshwari, to Hindus, Lalai for Muslims. That was for me a deeply spiritual apprenticeship. It wasn't just a literary project. I mean, that came out in the first place from, as it happens, my own Kashmiri class. But it wasn't a project that had to do narrowly with me as a person going back to my ethnic class. It was, for me, a dedication to going back to a spiritual and philosophical and linguistic landscape, which drew on that. Now, this is a figure who has a place in a Shaivite yogic tradition, but she also has a place in a Sufi tradition. So what does it mean to go back to a saint poet, also a woman that, whose experiences were formed by these syncretic possibilities? What does it mean to create an account of the self, where she's drawing on ideas of Atman, but also ideas of Ruh? What does it mean to be crafting a sense of a spiritual community when she's a solitary seeker? All of these questions were as important to me as simply rendering the parks or portraits. So, in large measure, I think translation for me has been about these such dedications to cultural themes, to political questions. And that is, for me, what enriches the activity of translation. It's also always about retrieving some dimension of ourselves that we might have lost. And that also is why I think I tend to gravitate towards figures like Laldev or Mir Hakimi, or as it happens, I'm working right now on again someone who seems to be a Sanskrit love poet, Miller. But looking at the evidence of those poems, to think back to the world from which they came, those conventions of the erotic and how they connect with conventions of the political. So this is it for me always as a reader, as a writer. I think it's the productive tension between text and context. What is available on the page and what you have to read beyond the page. This is what really makes this practice worthwhile, as far as I'm concerned. So, just to end, in a sense, as a corner to the lecture, to say that to me translation is really both an ethical and a political commitment. And it's part of a larger set of commitments to maintaining an openness of culture, to bearing witness to the plurality and the diversity that have for centuries and millennia with us, which we are today on the verge of losing, in the name of an idea of the nation which is really profoundly Western. And I think I'm thinking back again, not flattering you because I happen to be in Bengal, but really a set of texts that have been crucial to me is the Lectures of Nationalism that Tagore gave over 1915-1916, where he really reminded us of how very dangerous that kind of machine of the nation state is, which is based on authority and obedience and the protocols of conscriptive citizenship. I go back to those lectures quite often, because I think there also how very courageous the Lord was. I mean, today it's all very well to place him on a pedestal and, think of him as a sage. But think of him also as someone who went through the Swadeshi movement, was deeply committed to its possibilities, but became disillusioned by its descent into violence, and who continued to think about his needs for a long time. Then went to China and Japan, which were the grip of ultra-nationalism, to give these lectures, and to the US, to give these lectures that were a critique of nationalism, and of how limiting that philosophy is, and how we really need to think of ourselves and our social relationships, our ways of forming polity,
and of generating culture in ways outside that machine. Yeah. So, a very long response to your very precise question, but to me, everything I do as a translator or as a poet or as an essayist is linked to this set of words. And this way of thinking about how can we imagine society to be otherwise? What might the politics of the future look like? And how do we regard culture not as something that descends fully formed from time immemorial, but as something that's living and thriving, that we make through our blundering vulnerability, but also through our optimism. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Ranjit Hoskote, for being his usual perspective and eloquence. So, last evening, like it was mapping the trajectory of Indian poetry, he said that poetry, not literature, offers us a model of freedom, liberates us. And I believe it set many of us thinking that whether translator or his translator persona or his translator would agree to the same. Because common knowledge says that usual reality, relatability, that this dilemma limits a translator. Translation is right of both between fidelity and readability, and the translator is somewhat always somewhat confused with which path to approach. Perhaps this lecture, addresses that question which many of us might have thought. And I thank him for walking us through the way translation ensures the longevity of text, as you were saying, that translation renders the text an amazing, it enables an unforgetting, which is, of course, which it liberates the text. And it does involve Orpheus like these, which is obligated to look forward, but it also cannot evade the lure of looking back to the past. However, unlike the Orpheus-Eurydice myth, as you know, in that myth, Eurydice dissolves into a pillar of salt. The text here, in the case of translation, it does not dissolve into a pillar of salt. It only, it erects robust minarets, it unlocks new doors, and as we said, it promises to refashion ourselves, the readers to refashion ourselves. So we are immensely grateful, sir. Now I will request Sri Shankar Sen, son of Professor Ramendra Kumar Sen, to come speak and speak a few words on this issue.
Good evening, respected commoners, respected Professor Ranjit Hoskote, distinguished guests, and my dear brothers from the college. After Professor Hoskote's entitled journey on translation, I am completely from a different background. We understand translation as just a kind of codifying of text from one language to another. But how your perspective, adds new dimension to how we think. So thank you so much for sharing. I would like to say a few words about Baba, like Professor Chudika has already mentioned. I would just like to add to that. He was not only he was an academic, a brilliant academic scholar, a teacher. So as a teacher, he was actually a teacher for all generations. He actually taught the youngest member of our family, like who was 4 or 5 years old, to an old retired schoolmaster at 70 years old. And he actually taught them with the same energy, same passion, and always motivated them on the learning journey. And he was Baba was a extremely kind-hearted and human, I would say, a humble person, and his simplicity and humility were his trademarks apart from his academic repertoire. And like Professor Ranjit Hoskote, he was another part of his life was in kind of writing poems. And it was in different languages, in Bengali, Sanskrit. And one very personal experience I can share, like my half American brother from US had come over for his Indian side of wedding, where Baba actually translated the Sanskrit hymns to English and was kind of translating it completely during that ceremony. With that, my sincere gratitude to Professor Hoskote again, and to all the professors and teachers of this wonderful alma mater, Narendrapur, without which I would not have been what I am today. And I would definitely mention this to you, like our college, Narendrapur, has really made me self-reliant and has made me believe in myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Ranjit, for this form introduction. Now, we'll conclude this program with a formal vote of thanks. I'll invite Professor Ramendra, former head of the Department of English of this college, to deliver the vote of thanks. Before Professor Pal takes the stage, a couple of announcements for the audience. We have arranged for some more refreshment outside. Coffee and refreshment will be there. So I would request the guests to have those, and they can meet in the Shakespeare and supporters gallery. Take the seats in the supporters gallery of Shakespeare gallery. Members of Professor Shane's family will take the seats in the department, and our in-house students will wait till all the guests leave the auditorium, and someone in the department will take your attendance. Yes. So now Professor Pal will deliver the vote of thanks.
Ranjit, it was a fascinating talk. You exude so much charm. Right? Now we know where does this charm, this personality comes from. Right? There is an inner harmony which is reflected in our culture. And this inner harmony comes from the union of many cultures. At the outset, I'll go to the ritual. Giving thanks, this vote of thanks is the kind of ritual. At the outset, I thank, so that I don't miss, I have written the names in the paper, right? At the outset, I thank, heartfelt thanks, to the Secretary Swami Astrokananda, for the inspiration and encouragement he has given to our age-old deal, and which percolated down, especially to our junior colleagues in the department, D.Litt and Ramakrishna, and still further down to our students, PG and PG, who work day in and day out, even staying back at the college premises during 2-day holidays, working tirelessly to make this program and the 2 sessions that we had yesterday a success. Our thanks go out to Principal Maharaj Ekoji Namandaji for being kind enough to to provide this hall. In fact, I understand this venue was a room of contention. Some other department was wanting it, but RTO's persistent efforts and his ultimate kind flexibility has allowed us to hold this seminar lecture, this memorial lecture at this time. Our thanks goes out to the support staff. They were here yesterday, I mean at room number 104 for the 2 sessions, and here today, and it has gone up without any glitch whatsoever. It was a perfectly done job. Our thanks to Shankar, his better half is here, some of his friends are here. Shankar, thank you for choosing this college as the annual venue for this memorial lecture. You could have picked up City College, your father's first teaching assignment was in City College, and then of course University, for which is known as the famous RAS. But we have chosen this college, obviously one reason is possibly you were a student of chemistry. But on a lighter note, if you don't mind, I was very intimately associated with this hall. I sat at this weekend, learned lots of things, literally joined up and he was there. So when he was offering chemistry in this college, so I said, we Shankar, we need to go and it's beautiful. I looked at that time, this was 1994. We need to go and we need to go so he studied chemistry. But he wrote beautifully. In fact, he was my student in the compulsory English class. That was 1994. And to my esteemed audience, thank you for being here and making this memorial lecture a success. And finally, to our dear Ranjit Hoskote. As you all know, many of you, that he has been here in 2006 to give a talk in connection with the UGC seminar lecture. And with this first appearance, he had won the hearts, each and every member of this department. It was just such an overwhelming experience. And we had promised to ourselves that we must bring him here once again, in some capacity or other, and here he is today. You know, in this intervening 18 or 20 years, he was very young then. I was surprised that he was the same what he was 18 years back. He was very young then, and in his intervening years, we all realized that he has become a celebrity. He has become a celebrity. We speak in cliches that he has taken time out of his busy schedule and come here. We speak it as a cliche. We say or saying, but I think Ranjit has made his 24 hours a day. He has extended his 24 hours in a day to 48 hours, maybe even more. Such is his figure. He is, he's not only a poet, he's not only a translator, he's an art critic, he's a literature critic, writing for magazines, he's a curator. He's what not blah, blah, blah. I don't know how he can manage. I hope he has at least a good night's sleep of 7 or 6 or 7 hours. He needs that. Yesterday, he spent 2 hours in room number 104. 2.5 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening till 6 o'clock. Speaking on Indian poetry English, speaking on the advancement of Indian poetry English, answering questions of students, and then a colloquy with our art show, and then he read his own poems. I think it was so brilliant, and yet the sheen, the charm on his face was still there, even at 6 o'clock in the evening. I don't know how he managed it. And today here he spoke on translation. Translation, how translation is a site for what you may call meeting of cultures. He showed a few slides on the screen, which are described as bridging with the other, right? Translation, as he said, place to love for. That I think also shapes his personality, as I said in the beginning. I was going through the deserts to find the exact correct word befitting his his presence here, the way he shines with his erudition, with his suavity. But I could not find a single word in the English dictionary which is befitting to his quality of erudition and his quality of personality. So the only thing I can do is use some superlatives, profound, deep, deepest, exemplary. But even that doesn't satisfy me, right? I've taken the concept of Ranjit and say my thanks, say our thanks on behalf of the department by reading two very short poems of Hoskote. Maybe many of you have not heard his poetry, so I'll read two of his poems. I will not take more than maybe 3 minutes. The first one is from you have read poems on hawk. There it is hawk roasting, hawk in the rain, Darwin the hawk. And here is a poem titled Hawk. Caught up on the wave of the past, a hawk scurries back, ripping the seamed and sutured scar of our passage. Its wings are lined with scripts. No one can read, but everyone brawls over in this city of howling dogs and whining saints. The blood that spurts under its claws is common. The sword you will smell anywhere. The sword you can smell everywhere. Suffers all. Dear God of many names, to come together and feed ourselves to that insatiable need. And the second one, the last one, is titled Emigrant. You know, the story itself, this is from Ila. I understand that Ila was one of the earliest publishers of it, from Writers' Workshop. Yes. Ila was my teacher. Ila was a colleague of Professor Ramendra of the Calcutta. And here I am reading from the Ila, where there is a poem by Ranjit. This poem is called Emigrant. I am not sure when I wrote this poem, maybe it's 30 years back, Emigrant. But it's still so topical, still so relevant. Emigrant. People running away from Gaza, people running away from Kiev to other parts of Europe. And think of the picture that we saw on TV in Afghanistan. People clinging to the wings of the plane, sitting on the roof of the plane, trying to escape Kabul to Europe. Emigrant. A very touching poem of people forced to leave their own country. Leaving, he looks out of the window, skirting the edge of the silver wing. A tear widens in the quilt of cloud, through which he sees what things he can. Miles below, the traffic lights blinking their green and amber arrows as rain smears the windscreens of cars and soldiers jump down from dented tanks. He clutches his passport. There is no room for back numbers in his baggage. The clouds stitch back the widening tear, but he gropes for a towel. Feeling the cabin temperature rise as though miles below the city of his birth were burning. Thank you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone. Have a pleasure. Thank you.